Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. We are around about the halfway point of day one of round one of the 2026 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And for the second time today on track, we have the Superbikes, as you can see and hear. And starting as he means to go on, and indeed as he finished last season, was Hafiz Shirin Abdullah for JDT, who was quickest in free practice one this morning when it was quite a lot cooler than it is now. His best time he put in was a 206.365. His new teammate, migrating from Honda, of course, Astra Honda, as Andy Fred is Dehar, and he was third quickest with a 206.818. And right in between them, in a really impressive session, was class rookie Adananta Putra, who was, of course, second in a nail-biting, third in a nail-biting Supersport 600 contest last season. But he's really come into Superbikes looking like he belongs here. So belonging on a Superbike, and his unmistakable riding style, is the number 39 aboard the SDG Honda Hark Pro.
Love the colours this season on the livery for SDG.
Yeah, is it new colours or just changed?
Changed livery, yeah.
Changed liveries. Yeah, it does look really good. Stands out a little bit more, less white, more red. A little bit more blue as well, I think. But yeah, it looks good. And the riding style of Kito Abe, still unmistakable, crouching low against the tarmac.
Just love the way he picks up the bike and gets on the gas. Super aggressive in the way he transitions. Look at that. Hanging off completely.
Yeah, again, running hard front tyres, they all seem to be. I think all manufacturers in the first session were running a hard front. Now the air and track temperatures are a lot warmer. Air temperature 5 degrees warmer. Then going with the same combinations, at least for now.
Most likely the recommendation from Sarkhan and Dunlop to run the fronts. It's been a favorite option as well last season. There is Shideki Honda, as always, trackside.
Yeah, absolutely misses nothing, does he? Never looks ruffled.
Even during the MotoGP testing period when he was here, Mr. Shideki Honda was sitting at pit wall cheering Taka Nakagami on. So, man who's very much involved in all parts of racing and really wants the best for his riders.
Yeah. And while he's always calm, his face always betrays. He's so expressive, isn't he? We should just have one camera trained on him for the entire weekend, and you'd pretty much know what's going on.
In the life of Mr. Shideki Honda.
Yeah.
Kitabi's finding some good improvements through sector 1 and 2.
Yeah. All the weight on the front. He knows the rear end's going to follow. So it's a really good sight. Just spending some time reminding ourselves, because this is just the way that he rode last season as well. That aggressive, fully committed riding style. A real contender last season, faded to 4th just at the end of the season. But he's back, hoping to add another Asia Road Racing Championship trophy to the SDG cabinet. And that's going to be a long, hard road ahead for the young Japanese rider especially with the likes of Hafiz Sharin, who seems to be stuck at the top of the timing screens right from the beginning of FP1 this morning, right from the official tyre test on Wednesday, and once again so far in this session. Zakwan Zaidi going rather better in this session than he did in the first one, and Lachlan Epis also, who went very well in the tyre test, moving up into third on the Swift Grow. There he is, Swift Go Racing Team BMW. So colours there really really match. The whole thing is really well colour coordinated. The young Australian now based in Andorra, running the same number, same manufacturer, but a different sponsor, Swift Grow, as the name might imply. And if you look closely, you'll see a little fish in the logo somewhere. It's actually organic fish manure, which is kind of a miracle growing thing that cleans up the environment wherever you put it. So yeah, fully organic. And so I just wonder, as one wonders on free practice days, whether some carbon credit is due to the Swift Grow Racing Team. They have the not terribly environmentally friendly BMW and the very environmentally friendly Swift Grow fish fertilizer. So Hafiz and Andy at the top here.
Yeah. Andy's just clocked in at 206.3. Zakwan was looking on a hot lap in sector 1, sector 2, but he lost time in sector 3 and 4. So that's given Andy the advantage up. Adenanta's up into 5th, 206.9 for him. That's changed altogether. Kito Abe now has gone up into 3rd, so Kito finding rhythm now.
Yeah, that looked, the way he was riding did look really familiar. Also on another good lap is Rocco Cesler, for Savitar Team Asia. Rocco's really taking to these superbikes well.
So this could be a well, it was on course for a 206, but he's lost time in sector 3. Rocco's doing really well. New team for him, new class, but looks like he's super comfortable. And Rocco goes third fastest, 206.4.
Brilliant stuff from the 17-year-old German. That is wonderful stuff.
That's amazing.
Well, we saw him highly competitive and indeed a race winner in TVS 2 seasons ago. We saw him making a fairly decent fist of it in Supersport 600s, but my goodness, it's a different game altogether now. He looks like he was born to ride a superbike. There is Azroy Hakim Anwar for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Won 3 out of 4 races here at Sepang last year. Not up the order this morning, 9th quickest with a 207.2. His best time just a little behind that now. There is the rider who's been fastest everywhere this week, including the test and today. Hafiz Sharin, there's the number 15 of Rocco Cesler. He's going to tell Joe Francis, the number 40 behind him, to go past, because he's going to get out of the way and go into pit lane, we guess.
It seemed like the indication from Rocco. He's not slowing down, he's just making his way across us. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Very well done by the young man, not slowing down on the racing line, staying out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things about Rocco. He's very young, but he's really intelligent and articulate and fast.
I mean, 206.4 at 17 years old in a class that's this competitive with, mind you, an ex-GP rider, ex-Moto2 rider, ex-CEV Moto2 rider, and
Yeah.
a bunch who have been raced on prototype machines as well. It's this field that is so strong, and he's just come in and gone top 3.
Absolutely. I'd like to see him get a real load of laps in.
Yeah.
Get some good Superbike mileage so that he can really be confident and fly from the off.
I mean, this is how he's starting the season. I mean, we have 5 more rounds after this one. We have 2 races this weekend.
Absolutely. And there was the rider of the session. One of our colleagues came in and asked me during a break earlier what had really stood out to me in the first ASP 1000 practice session, and I said Adinanta Putra. Running 88, which to many in this part of the world is a supremely lucky number. And another rider that's had a number change.
Just a bit of background check on Rocco. So he turns 18 this year.
Yeah.
But that's down in October. So if Rocco, yeah, I think Rocco is going to be at this rate, Rocco will be the youngest ASB 1000 rider to do everything that he's doing right now. It's unbelievable. I mean, we saw him putting in work in Germany with a motor rod as well, and a training coach as well to get into the rhythm. Of course, he's trained on thousands, but it's a completely different beast altogether, this M1000 RR. And Nakarin's still unable to find the pace that he needs. He's a second off.
Second off where he should be and where you'd expect him to be. Where his team and himself would expect him to be.
Yeah, actually looking at his lap times from last season, Nakarin was able to do just about half a second faster than he's doing now. So, oh, sorry, 8/10 actually. So, quite a bit to be found for Nakarin. 8/10 more would put him well into the top 6, top 7.
Yeah, the pace in this session generally is better than it was in the first session. Hafiz a couple of tenths quicker at the top, but a lot more riders in the 206s now. Your top 7 in the 6s. 62, that's Changqing Ron, your friend the chiropractor.
Yes, his friends know him, Dr. Mike.
Dr. Mike, okay.
So if anybody in the paddock has a few bones they need snapped into place, this is the guy to go to.
Absolutely. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, I found they're the only part of the medical profession that ever help out my old back injuries.
He goes around now. He's been lapping in the 214s. Dr. Mike's been able to lap in 213s last time I saw him out, so still a bit more to be found for himself.
Yeah, see, just coming up behind him is Zakwan Zaidi.
Yeah, I think Zakwan's going to set it on the inside there, turn 9, yeah, there he goes.
Yeah, 206.5 is his best lap so far this time out, which is about half a second better than he did in the first session.
This will be good for the doctor. Sector 3 and Sector 4 sitting behind Zakwan Zaidi.
Yeah, so we had rider of the session last time was Adinanta Putra. I know we're not halfway through this one yet, but I'm provisionally nominating Rocco Cesler for this one.
100%. I mean, it's just amazing. At 17, to jump into the Premier class, set a lap time that's as low as a 206.4. That's amazing. Time will only tell how good Rocco becomes in this category. And there we go, Dr. Mike, 213.6. Yeah, Rocco, huge potential. And I think BMW must have spotted something in him, as they should have. And they just believe that this young boy, he will be able to ride this BMW to some really good results. And well, it's only 2 practice sessions in.
Yeah, he's an incredibly complete package for a 17-year-old. Because, I mean, you can see what he is on the bike, but as I said earlier, he's really articulate off it.
Yeah.
And not only that, but you never have to go and drag him out for an interview. Quite often, if I'm walking around, he would just come up behind me and tap me on the shoulder and start talking.
Yeah. He's not shy, and he really speaks well.
Yeah. One of our multilingual colleagues says she finds his English the easiest to understand in the paddock. That might include you and I, Daniel.
I think so, yeah. Anthony West is doing a great job. I mean, on that Yamaha right now, he's lapping very similar times to Cam Dunker did in his practice 3 sessions last year in round 5. 208.6 currently. He's improving right now on this lap.
Yeah, he's determined to improve. I mean, you can see from his body language in the pit garage, he's constantly working. He was there quite late last night with the crew. So he's not just here for the crack. He's here to do whatever he can. Like he said to you in the interview, practice is difficult, but in the race, he can give it. He'll bring whatever he's got. That's for sure.
Well, I'm willing to bet that Anthony West doesn't care that there's a top speed difference, and he will show a front wheel wherever he sees an opportunity. So it's going to be great. You know, I was just checking the lap times again as well. Actually, he's the fastest Yamaha since Cosmo Daniel left this category. So a 208.3 in the previous session, and now he's on course for quite an improvement. I mean, if Anthony West can find himself a 207 by practice 3, which is a big ask from the Yamaha R1, but if he finds it, that will be an interesting mid-pack battle.
If it can be done, he'll do it.
Yeah. 208.1 goes Anthony West. He's reducing the times a bit further. And while that's all happened, Zach Zaidi on the last lap, 206.3, he splits the party at the top for JDT.
Yeah, nudges Rocco down into 4th. Atlanta still going very decently. 206.5 is his best time.
Kazuki Watanabe has done his best, 207.082. He's knocking on the door with 206. That Aprilia is really quite close to where it needs to be.
Yeah, that's impressive. You can see the commitment there from Ant West.
Yeah, he looks... I mean, we were just looking at the way he's riding, but the body language of him riding this bike, he looks like he's having fun.
Yeah. Yeah, you always get 100% from Westy, which is what's made him so popular over the years. Andy Frid is Dehar. Well, the change from Honda to Ducati had plenty of mystery about it, and still does, but he's certainly looking good on that bike. So we go back with Westy for a little masterclass. Riders of his experience as well, they come so good late in the race.
Oh, yeah. And we have a 14-lap race for this season in Sepang. So that's going to be just enough to make it more about tire management, pace management, and especially your late race pace. And that does play to the tune of Andy Farid. in my opinion, who always finds some amazing late race pace.
Yeah, yeah, and West too.
Yeah.
Just looking through here. Zakwan, how do you rate his time management?
I think Zakwan, when he gets the setup right, he's great, but then I think sometimes he does burn up a bit of rubber at the start. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. We haven't seen an ASB 1000 race that long yet, so it's going to be a test for the riders, it's going to be a test for Dunlop. And maybe that's also why a lot of them are running the hards over the medium fronts, just for a bit more, well, number one, stability, and I think they just want to test what's going to be definitely the most durable tire over 14 laps.
Yeah, so 15 minutes or so to go. Quite a lot of riders stopping here. We're on board there with Adam Noradin on the AMI Suzuki. Another rider. We're all willing to do good things. It's kind of against the odds, isn't it?
It's great to hear that Adam will be with us for at least 4 rounds this season. Yeah, there are exciting things happening in that garage, and we will see that in the near future.
Yeah, and once again, as we did last season, let's give a big shout to Adam and the team, to Suzuki. So really, in the Superbike category, they deserve some support. So if you're going to put some resources anywhere, it's going to be very well spent here. As we watch him correct a slide that was a little bit too much. Azroy having another quiet session. He was 9th in practice 1. He's 9th here too. But still has to be fancied as a race winner when he gets whatever he needs to get himself up onto the pace. So there's a confidence issue there.
No idea. It's a strange one for us, right? I'm thinking he probably tried something new, and I think it's not working out well for him. It's definitely changed the way he likes to ride the bike, because Azroy can do 206 mids to low comfortably on any day in Sepang. This is the first time I've seen him struggling in the 07s. So this is a strange one so far for Azroy. I'm looking at the bike, I don't see anything visible in terms of what we can see, so it could be engine or suspension related. Last time he was last time Azroy was the first rider to try a few new things from Honda before Zakwan would use it. Oh, but look at Keito Abe on this lap. He is really pushing on through Sector 2. Sector 1 is actually quite decent from him.
Yeah, so this could be an improvement for Keito Abe. There's a whole clutch of riders in the mid-206s. Let's take another look here at Azroy's moment. So the back just...
Yeah, he caught the kink in the road there at turn 8. So I think he just played that line a bit tighter than the circuit likes. Keito's going to get a little bit of slipstream from Azroy, not significant enough, but it is still going to help him improve on this lap around turn 15.
Yeah, this does look like a good lap.
Ooh, this might be a very low 206 from Keito. Comes across line, you know what, it might be even better. It's a 2, oh no, it looked for a second there's going to be a 205, but 206.3 for Keito. He does go third, but still not enough to dethrone Hafiz as of right now.
Yeah, look how tight those times are there, Daniel.
Yeah.
Among the top 7. Got just half a second. All in the 206s.
Within the top 5 is only 2 tenths. Within the top 6, 3. Unbelievably tight.
Yeah.
This is music to our ears. We're going to see if this is the pattern, and if it continues for the rest of the season, we will have an amazing 12 races to come.
Yeah, that's for sure. And these times are quicker than they were this morning across the board.
Yeah.
We were excited about Adenanta being second in the first session, looking at how well he's done, but he's improved by 2/10, even though he's down in 6th.
Yeah, as a runner, we have 11 riders lapping below 2:08s. In comparison to last season, we only had 9, so the pace definitely has been picked up. The only thing we're lacking so far are 2:05s, which is surprising, especially with the weather conditions right now.
Yeah, and it's hard to see where the weather's going between now and the end of the afternoon, when we'll see these bikes on track again. Could be quicker if it cools down. Probably at peak temperatures now, at 2 p.m. local time.
Yeah, Azra was following Keto for a while, but I think Azra decided to make some adjustments after maybe feeling a few errors coming his way. So Keto on his own now. Nakarin finally finding some improvements. On the last lap, he's done a 2:06.9, so that's a lot better from Nakarin. And he's improving now through sector 1 and 2.
So has he found what he's looking for as Ann West rejoins? Just about 10 minutes remaining of this 40-minute session.
The doctor has done decently as well. He's done his personal best with a 2:12.565 in the session. Good improvements for the Saboteur and Team Asia rider.
Yeah, very good work.
Here's Andy Farad. He's been consistently lapping well throughout both sessions. Now he comes out for his first flying lap in his second run. Nakarin's come across with a 2:06.8, so he improved slightly now. 6/10 behind Havisharin. He's in the 8th.
Yeah, given his experience in racecraft, it's kind of difficult to imagine Andy not making a podium appearance this weekend.
He did it almost immediately in his rookie season. And he looks like he's not needed much time at all to get used to the Ducati.
Yeah, and it's a really nice move for him, because Hafiz spent 2 seasons gathering data and sometimes going well, sometimes really struggling and getting frustrated. But all of that seems to be an advantage that's being exploited by Andy, and Zakwan is on an absolute flyer, as you just pointed out, Daniel.
Zakwan, so far, through these 2 sectors, he's on course for a 2:05. Hafiz is on course for a high 2:05 or 2:06, but Zakwan is 2/10 faster already through the first 2 sectors, so keep an eye out for number 21.
But we're there with the 27. The unmistakable JDT colours. I really like the way they've done the numbers this season as well.
Yeah, crystal clear in front of us, on the front of the bike, with the white background.
Yeah, that kind of shading they've got around it as well. Yeah, really, really good work. Thanks from the commentary team to JDT, and for the entertainment, of course.
Ooh, this is going to be tight between Zakwan and Hafiz. Zakwan comes across, it's a 2:06.001. Hafiz comes across, and it's 2:05.693.
So having been at the top all the way through, Hafiz lost that lead for about 0.2 of a second.
That's a practice record as of right now. I think 2:05, yeah, 2:05.693.
Yeah, it's got to be, yeah.
We've never seen that. The fastest we've seen previously was held by none other than Hafiz Sharin as well last season, 2:05.8. Hafiz Sharin
Wow, great lap by Zakwan, a greater lap by Hafiz.
We were lacking a 205, but Hafiz has delivered.
Yeah, and by some margin too.
Yeah. We were just mentioning on how close the top 8 were, and now Hafiz has put in a gap.
Yeah.
Well, Hafiz and Zakwan, the both of them just speeding away.
Yeah, let's see what they do next time. No.
Yeah, I think Hafiz might be satisfied with this. He's looking around, he's trying not to get into anyone's way. As of right now, no one's in a hot lap. Kito's in pit lane, Azrai, Adam, they're all in pit lane currently.
Yeah. If you were a betting person, you would put your money on Hafiz getting the big money prize from Dunlop for breaking the qualifying lap record. There's 1 million yen up for grabs to the rider who breaks the ASB 1000 qualifying lap record. It's currently held by Afiwat Wongtananon. There goes Rocco, the number 15. There goes Hafiz.
Andy Farad was on a decent lap through Sector 1, but Sector 2 is done okay, but doesn't look like he's on a hard push lap as of right now. Kazuki Watanabe has been putting in so many laps in the session. He's been consistent in the low 207, so again, it's really good. A good showing from Aprilia. They need to find a little bit more on the bike, and I think the bike will be competitive enough for a top 5 fight. Hafiz hasn't stopped, he's pushing on now. He's got Rocco in front of him.
Yeah, Rocco doing what he needs to do as well, getting lots of laps in. He's got that brilliant 206.4 in the bag already. Yeah, got to fancy him for a top 5 at some point soon. Nakarin just having a look up the inside of Joe Francis. Joe doing what he can with the Yamaha. 208.9 is his best.
Andy on the previous lap has gone up with a 206.289. Andy is in third now.
Yeah, and improving.
So the JDT party in the top 3 continues.
Yeah. With Zakwan being the interloper right at this moment. There are 3 minutes remaining to the checkered flag. So Rocco not looking flustered at all to have the, arguably the most distinguished Malaysian rider of all time just behind him.
Even on that slowdown lap, Hafiz puts in a 206.5. Super impressive. Rocco 206.9 on that occasion.
Yeah, he's okay in the 206s.
Very comfortable.
Yeah.
It looks effortless for him. Adenanta has put in a 206.492. Oh, that was happening. Andy Farad as well has been chopping time away in Sector 1 and 2. Then the highest top speed comes through from a Honda, Mama Adenanta Putra.
Yeah, good work again by Adenanta and Astra Honda. They've really equipped him well.
Oof, another improvement from Andy Farad. So steady with his improvements. It's just such an Andy Farad approach, and he's closed that gap down further. 206.184 for Andy Farad.
Yeah, so impressed with Adenanta.
Yeah, we have two rookies in this class, and they're both riding really, really well.
Yeah, just 7,500 separating them right now. Andy Farid again started this lap quicker.
Yeah, sector 2 again improving. So again, we've seen this with Andy Farid in his rookie season, especially aboard the CBR 1000. He'll put in a lot of laps in the practice sessions, just slowly trim time away. It looks like it's going to be another improvement for him. Adinanto on this lap hasn't found anything. Yeah, he's going to go back into the pit box.
Yeah, so he's calling it a day. It's only 30 seconds till the checkered flag comes out anyway. So let's see what Andy Farid's going to do.
Meanwhile, Azroy's been getting busy since sitting in pit lane for a while. Sector 1's decent. Sector 2, however, it's not what he would have desired. Andy, again, his weak spot in among the top 3 riders might be in Sector 3. He's still quick, it's just that he can't find any more improvements right now in Sector 3. And he comes across, and it's a 2:05.972 from Andy Farid. So we have 3 riders in the 2:05s. Okay, I was just chipping away at the time, just slowly but steadily. And
yeah,
it's the Andy Farid danger again. He's done all of this consistently.
Yeah, and he'll do it in the race. He'll get get faster and faster relative to the others. Yeah.
My immediate thought when I saw the regulations adding a few more laps to the race, I thought, okay, knowing how Andy Farid finds his rhythm, this will be interesting for him.
Yeah, I mean, I can recall several times thinking, if there was one more lap, if there were 2 more laps, that's all he done.
Exactly that.
Anthony West crosses the line to end this session. His best time 2:08.18. That is very, very good work from the returning Australian. And Hafiz, no let up, is there? He's really coming aggressively into turn 15 for the final time.
Getting a bit of toe from Kazuki Watanabe, and it's another 2:06, low 2:06 from Havisharian. Wow, JDT have really showed up for this season, haven't they?
Certainly have. And you've got to acknowledge the work they've done with one rider over the last two seasons. And the way they're putting it together now is really impressive. Okay, so there it is, 2:05.693, best time of the session. Once again topped by Hafiz Shirin Abdullah for JDT Racing Team. Zakwan Zaidi split him and his teammate. Zakwan did a 2:05.9. Andy Farid did a 2:05.972. Then it was Kito Abe, 2:06.3. He was 4th quickest. 5th quickest, brilliant young German Rocco Cesler for Savitar Team Asia, 2:06.4. And then it was Adinanto Putra improving on his brilliant performance this morning, 2:06.492. See how close these times are. Lachlan Epis for Swiftgrow Racing Team, 2:06.7. Then it was a 2:06.8 for Nakarin, who was, I have to say, down in 8th place in that session. And then in 9th, we've got Aprilia, the Team Tatara Aprilia of Kazuki Watanabe. I promise you're going to see that in a moment. There he is, 2:07.082 for the Japanese rider. And then down in 10th, Azroy Hakim Anwar, 2:07.2. Adam Noradin on the AMI Suzuki Motorsport was 2:07.6. And then it was Anthony West for MotoGo Yamaha Foo Sport Racing, 208.18. Also on a Yamaha, Joe Francis, the British rider for Victor Racing Team, did a 208.906. Then it was Dr. Mike Chan Ching Rong for Savitar Team Asia. Teammate Fahmi Abdul Wahab did a 216.79. And last but not least, Joe Joe, also for Savitar Team Asia, 217.253. So another really good session. They were quicker this time than in session 1. And coming out next is going to be the Underbone 150s. We're going to take a very short break as we watch Joe Francis do a practice start. That's just on the right side of the track after the exit to turn 14. Here at still overcast. Cloud seems to be evening out a little bit as we look out, but we're going to take a short break and come back with the second session of the day for the Underbone 150s. So we'll see you very, very shortly.
Engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
We are live at Sepang International Circuit, and for the second time today, coming out onto the track are the Underbone 150s. This is their second of 2 sessions on free practice, and the times combined from this and the early one this morning, as we just see a close call there. I think that was between Hosni Zainal and the other rider was definitely Sharon Shazras, but an honest mistake, and apology given and accepted. But there is Ahmed Dawizi, Cheryl's teammate. The 2 JPNW Hondas running there in the pink livery and pink helmets. 56 there is the 56. So we've got the Vosges Hondas. Number 70 going through on the screen there is Shurat Sauki, the Yamaha LFN. And in a really intriguing session this morning was the newcomer to the series, Randy Odeng, who was the quickest. He was much fancied. There was a lot of buzz about Randy coming into this category, and he certainly justified it, recording the quickest lap of the session. That was a 2:34.106, just a few hundredths quicker than Waiwaji Trilaksana. Waiwaji Trilaksana, who's been running his own team for 3 seasons now, under the Racetech 60 name, has been attracting more sponsors, so the team name has changed to reflect that. It's now HJS Youngstar Kawahara Racetech 60. So welcome to the new sponsors. Very well deserved job there by Waiwaji Trilaksana, who is, as well as putting in some fantastic performances himself and always being there near the front, has brought through new younger riders really effectively as well. So it really is a dream of a team, and I'm sure we're going to see great things from them in this season as well. If you look there at Silmi Helsinki on Team One for All, he's been out and come back in again. There are the 2 Vosges machines, getting better and better in qualifying, in free practice 1 today. Best time at 2:35.8. So that was about 1.5 seconds slower than Rendy's time. Well, this is interesting here.
Everyone's come back in.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't see any drops in rain anywhere. You usually see this when half of Sepang is raining, but there's nothing going on. I think what this is due to getting the qualifying spots for tomorrow. Nobody wants to give a tow.
Yeah.
Of course, they will get penalized if they ride slowly, so this course is back to pit lane, lose the group, continue on.
Yeah.
And that will be a lot of time lost.
Yeah, and this is just a 20-minute session.
Only Waiwaji's gone out, and he's on his own. So I think Waiwaji's got the right idea.
Yeah, there
set your personal pace.
Yeah.
And if you're lucky, you find a group.
Yeah, that's it. There is number 60. Very different colours from the bright green of 2025 and the bright yellow of 2024.
I must say, I like this this combination for Waiwaji.
Yeah, busy pit lane there. Waiuaji, with all his experience, knows his way around. If he's in the fastest 10, he's going to be having to do this in Super Bowl tomorrow morning. Shoot out for the top 10 places.
Yeah, Waiuaji in practice 1, he did well. He was second fastest, so maybe Waiuaji just trying to get that Super Bowl setup done while everyone comes back in and waits for the next person to go out. So at least Waiuaji has that track time done, and when he comes back in, some of these people will be ready to head out. By then he will catch a group. You can see not much is being done to most bikes.
Yeah, yes, that's right.
It's just a game of chess right now.
Yeah.
Two Voges are back in. Voge again, huge improvements, a second plus off, which should be enough to keep them within the fighting group, as opposed to what happened last season. So, great job by Voge. It's just so good to see more manufacturers coming in, and honestly, in the second season to start looking competitive, not easy for a bike that's been unproven, a manufacturer that's unproven.
Yeah, especially against there's so much experience, so much data, and Honda and, well, particularly Yamaha are just so ingrained in this sport. They really define it, so it's so hard to come in. If we look again at Waiuaji, just peeking through the front fairing. There he comes, up behind this group of riders that's coming out onto the circuit now. That might just spoil his rhythm a little bit. So he goes into the sharp loop, turn 1, and the following hairpin, and follow that, turn 2. Still got enough space. Only just off the top. Best time this session. Not recorded yet. So as Daniel indicated, the rider's being pretty cagey here.
Waiuaji putting in a decent lap without slipstream. Improving through sector 1 and sector 2. Then again, we haven't had any really fast lap time, so Waiuaji really one of the few that's going to complete a lap so far. But he's put in some good work, and by the time he finishes his lap, he won't be too far away from the riders in front of him. So he might get a tour as well that will give him quite a decent lap time for practice 2.
Yeah, the riders up ahead of him seem to be dawdling a little bit.
Yeah, a bunch of them still on their out lap, but they still need to get a boogie on. And look at this, Waiuaji's going to get a nice chunk of slip as he toes behind Fatirigani.
Well, it looks like one of the Yuma machines just going off track there with a mechanical issue.
Now, look at what Waiuaji's done. He's wasted no time, and he's still found a group. So I think a lot of riders can take example of what Waiuaji has just done. Because not only has he gotten valuable time on track and set a lap time on his own, which will be useful information for Superpole should he make it, but now he gets a fast group.
Yep, he's there with John Emerson and Gito. 4S1M. John Emerson, one race win behind him in this series 2 or 3 years ago now in Japan. But I thought John Emerson and Gito looked very determined, serious, going for it, because he's generally quite a happy-go-lucky, you know, carries this air of, I can't believe my luck that somebody pays me to do this kind of thing about him, which is very, very endearing. But he really looked like he was on a mission.
Yeah, the bike there with the technical was either Aribarsha or Aditya Fauzi, because both of them have not gone past. Look at Wayaji now, he's really on it. He's got good sector times coming through. He's just getting a nice chunk of slipstream now. Solid work from Wayaji.
Yeah, you can see the experience, making the most of the time. Just being a little bit smarter, perhaps, than most of his rivals. Got John Emerson on his tail there. And one of the LFN riders just behind him. So, still we are almost halfway through the session. No really good times have been recorded yet.
Yeah, we should see some decent ones coming now since they started to push. Decent time coming in from Ahmed Darwish, another one from John. Wayaji has been consistent all throughout this lap. Ahmed Faisal Sham as well, he's getting a decent one.
Kubita just crossing the line ahead of this lot. He goes up to second, still with just a 2:39. Now let's see how this shakes out.
And just like that, now we're all into the 2:35. Still a few seconds off what we need to see, but the times are coming. And this is a large group now that we have. John Emerson Igito goes second fastest. Fadli Rigani up into first.
So finally we have some vaguely competitive times being recorded. And remember, it's going to be on combined times that people go through. So at the moment, the top 12 from this morning will all go through. We'll go through to qualifying 2, that is.
As I find out, the fastest lap times for today were 2:34s. Currently lapping in, the fastest times being low 2:35s. I do suspect we should see 2:34 coming soon. Hosni is on a very, very fast lap right now. The fastest sector 1, fastest sector 2. Hosni is going to clock in a 2:34 by the looks of it. At least a 2:34.
Yeah, 117 there that we've been seeing a lot of is Fadli Rigani, the new rider in the Underbone squad for LFN. Still cagey out there, isn't it? People looking around. But Fadli's 2:35.1 is the quickest, and that would have put him 11th this morning. So that's the difference.
Yeah, Hosni's on course. He's currently, after sector 3, he's 2/10 quicker than Fadli Rigani's 2:35.1. Whereas Hosni there he is, he's at the front of the pack. The brand new livery for the Zero Elephant outfit.
Yeah, Fazrul Sham in there as well.
Oh, no slipstream down the line for Hosni, so he's going to lose some time here. But he does make it a 2:34.513. But Nazrul Izzat, 2:34.261 from Nazrul Izzat. And Randy Odin goes up into third with a 2:34.9. And Shazras, 2:35.0.
That's it. So now it's game on. I think they realise that it's going to be this session that decides who goes through to qualifying 2 tomorrow morning.
Still not faster than practice 1, but it's looking much more like it now. Everyone's getting busy.
Still 12 minutes left. Plenty of time to improve.
So far, Chazras the top Honda. Wish is the next one. Right one for JP&W. Kiki Sudarman down in 11th, and Aditya looks like he had a technical somewhere along the way. So him and Adebarshat looks like they're going to miss out on getting straight into Super Bowl. So I have work to do. This is Amafaso Sham. So he was the one that pulled away at turn 15. That's unfortunate for him.
Yeah, very much so.
Well, as of right now, he sits in 7th, so currently he is safe.
Paz roll this morning, 2:35.9. So yeah, you're going to have to rely on this time.
Everyone wants to follow Husni. You can see nobody wants to go in front.
Well, they know how good he is. They know how good the machine is underneath him.
Fatih leads this.
Yeah, Charles really on the move as well within that lot.
Oh yeah, he's put in the fastest second time. So yeah, this group is really fast. At the front is Shira Shauki and Valery Gani. Husni puts his hand up, so I think he's going to peel off into pit lane. And keep an eye out for the Honda of the UZ Asia team.
Right, so the order is going to change now, almost certainly.
Look at
Adley across the line first, almost.
Ooh, not much changing at the top. Chazras comes across, he goes second fastest. Chazras 2:34.316. Randy Odin gets relegated to 5th, and John Emerson down to 4th.
Yeah, good work by Chazras.
And that puts Faisal Sham down into 8th. So now he's a bit more a threat.
Yeah, good to end that group as well. Only on a 2:35.2.
Yeah, I'm looking up at Shafiq Russell right now. He's one that could deliver a pretty good lap time when it comes to setting in quick laps and Underbones.
Yeah,
we've seen it.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, we've seen it before.
Yeah, and Dimas Juliet at Moco for HJS Youngstar Kawahara Racetech 60 racing team is on the move. Very quick, the quickest sector 1, quickest sector 2 for Dimas. We know how quick he is.
2:32 last year for Dimas, 2:32.015. He holds a practice record, so will we see the fastest time of Friday from Dimas?
There he is, number 52.
He comes now into turn 11.
He's moving past other riders without seeming to lose too much time. He's got really good momentum. Yeah. And he does again. He swoops around the outside of the number 78 of Timothy Rojas.
We can just see how much extra corner speed he's able to carry. That bike has been set up to his preference in a very good way. In sector 3 as well, he has improved. But now without slipstream, this is where he's going to lose a bit of time.
Yeah, let's see what he can do. He's got Shafiq Rasool behind him. When he knows how important this could be. It's right down, just peeping through the fairing.
Oh, 2:33.692. A new benchmark has been made for this weekend. It's done by none other than Dimas.
Yeah, And that's without slipstream on the back straight.
Just imagine, had he had slipstream from both the back and the exit of turn 15, I think that could have easily been closer to 232. They lose about 10 kilometers per hour without slipstream.
Yeah, that's brilliant work.
Oh, and Cesler goes down at turn 4. That was a strange one. That was a really strange one for Cesler. It looked just like business as usual, and then suddenly the front just gave away. Interesting mistake there by Cesler. And the camera caught that completely, so we're going to definitely get a replay of that.
Yeah.
Maybe just loading the front a bit too much was Cesler.
Yeah, right clip-on is done, so he's not going to be able to ride that back, but only 6 minutes remaining anyway. But he's done enough, I would say, at a safe guess to get himself through to qualifying 2. Hobbling just a little bit. There's a bit of a knock he took on the right side, as we're about to see.
Gets in the brakes, just tips in the air. It's just too much on the front and just gave away. Yeah, but looks like he's pretty much okay. The bike also didn't take too much damage.
Yeah, Dimas having another decent lap. It's not going to be his best. Probably we've seen that already. And he's way out on his own anyway. There goes Kiki Suderman, 178. .58 there is another new rider in this class, Silmi Helsinki. And 14-1 for all. Yeah, these riders riding
Oh.
with, oh.
Who's that has gone down? Couldn't tell.
Just realised that it hurt a bit when he went down.
That's what the Yamaha Philippines riders.
Oh, again.
April.
It's April again. He had a mechanical in the first session. So
really not going right for April.
Yeah.
Even on the lap that he completed with a 240, here's what happened. He just tips the bike in, and very similar to Cesler, just loses the front. And Kiki, oh,
yeah,
couldn't avoid that.
Just went over his boot. So not a good day at the office for the Filipino.
Hope that his arm a bit, so I think.
Yeah, when he was still full of adrenaline, he got up and looked quite casual, like he'd shrugged it off, but suddenly the pain came in. But well, there it is. The benchmark set by Dimas Juliet Moko for HGS Youngstar Kawahara Racetech 60. Looks like it's going to stand and carry him through to qualifying 2 tomorrow. Underbone qualifying 1 and 2 will be the first 2 sessions that get us away tomorrow morning. Faglia Regani is the number 117 there, went really well this morning. Fadley is currently on a best time of 1:35.1. That should take him through to qualifying 2. But we're not done yet. Shafiq Rasool is the number 22 out there. He's due to put in a better lap. He needs something else, the number 22. Darwisi is the number 51, just behind Fadley. Nobody really on a good lap as we speak. Just 1 minute and 20 seconds to the checkered flag for the second and final session of the day for the Underbone 150s. Dimas Juliet sits at the top from Nazrul Izzat Bayuddin. Charles Chazras, 2025 runaway champion Husni Zainal Fawzi is fourth, and then it's John Emerson and Quito. Randy Oding, who topped the first session this morning. Randy currently on a best time of 2:34.972. This morning was a 2:34.106, so that is his best time, because he's not going to improve it this time around. And there's just 30 seconds to the checkered flag at this point. So this is going to be the last time around. Right, number 70 is Shirat. It's the Team One for All rider, Silmi Helsinki, in there as well. Having a really good go at it in this session, although he's off the pace and is sure to have to make his way through qualifying one tomorrow. Kiki Suderman, the 178 for JPNW, currently 14th. He's not going to improve either. And so this is the last time around. Shirat leads them into turn 15 from Kiki Suderman, from Darwisi. I don't think we're going to see any change in the important positions there. Shirat looks as though he's secured himself a place into qualifying two tomorrow. Dimas Juliet, the number 52, he certainly has. So he comes across the line for the final time. So that is decided. It looks like field of 22. The cut-off is going to be P11, which is Kiki Suderman Manarum for JPNW SND. Best Honda is Charles Chazras for UZ Asia team, despite that crash. So Dimas Juliet Moko, really smart work from him during that session for HDS Youngstar Kawahara. Race Tech 60, 2:33.692. Almost 0.8 of a second quicker than Nazrul Izzat, but good to see 2023 champion back on form. Charles Chazras for UZ Asia team was third quickest. Then it was defending champion Husni Zainal Fawzi for Zaya LFN. And then John Emerson and Gito. Another good session from the Filipino. Then it was Randy Oding, fastest this morning, sixth quickest this afternoon. And then Fadli Regani, good newcomer from another good newcomer for Yamaha LFN. And then it was Gupta Krishna. Then Ahmad Fazrul Sham, who didn't complete that session, did a 2:35.5. He should go through to qualifying two. And then Shirat Sauki, Kiki Suderman, 11th quickest. Then it was Ahmad Dawizi, Ahmad Zahir for UZ Asia team. Shafiq Rasool for Aeon Credit JQK Zinajis Cardinals, 13th quickest. Then it was Wayuaji Trilaksana. Muzakir Mohammed was 15th for Vosges. Then Akshel Ilham Sabatullah for Team One for All, 16th. 17th, Timothy Rojas for Race Tech Yamaha Philippines. Then Silmi Helsinki, good outing for Team One for All. The second of the Vosges, Afisi Supat was 19th quickest, 2:38.1. And it was another disastrous session for April King Moscado, who crashed this time but only recorded a 2:40. And there was no time recorded.
So I'm with Mr. Joey Teo from Savitar Racing, also the rider and racer for this this round itself in Sepang. So Joey, I want to ask you, how did you come to having 3 riders for a full season and 4 riders for this round?
We had a talk with Aslan's ex-manager Raja, and we just came up like we have bikes lying around, and then we had Rocco who was interested to race with us, and also Mike and also Fahmi. So we put out as much as we can to get 3 bikes, and then here we are. And then for me to join is just participating with an old bike, a very old bike, and just try to just compete in this round as much as I can.
So right now we're looking at the team and it's looking impressive. I mean, Mike on his own right has done quite well with the 212, and Rocco is absolutely blazing at the front right now. So what is the foreseeable future should the season be successful for Savitar?
We hope to be getting better viewership and more interest in the team. We are running purely as a motorcycle racing team. We're not doing much. It's purely a racing enthusiast, and we just try to learn how the ropes of racing and working ourselves across. This Asia Championship is one of the highest in the world. It's very, very hard to study and learn and to guide riders which are older, or if you're born young, you definitely are going fast. You have 0 things in your head, but if you are more of an adult, we start with like 30 years old, trying to come into the racing scene is quite difficult as well. But the reality of it, there is interest. We are trying our best to actually provide the best services we can to have a competitive team and to have competitive bike and to have the riders to win.
So, well, running a team is a tiring process, I imagine. I mean, you have to handle the riders, the bikes, the parts, logistics of everything. So what motivates you to get Savitar to where it is today? Because, I mean, the results have been coming.
Well, just racing itself is a passion. I can't see me doing anything else other than this. I can't play golf, and I don't think I'll play golf. Billiards is not my game. I don't like paddleball, so that's that.
That's a good reason. Thank you so much, Joey, and we're looking forward to seeing Savitar for the rest of the season.
Okay, thank you. See ya.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu.
Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit for the second time today. We're on track with the TVS International Championship, and international it is indeed, with 11 countries represented and the 16 rather competitors that are down for this weekend. And in the first session, intriguingly, the boss of the series, so far as the bike development and rider coaching is concerned, Orapong Malahuan, and the inaugural 2022 champion, was quickest. And as you were saying, Daniel, recorded the fastest practice time. So practice time record in the first session this morning. So while he's not supposed to be racing, there must be a few thoughts flickering through his mind. He's still competitive because he loves to race. So plenty of new faces in this championship this year that we can try and familiarise ourselves with. So the number 11 we just saw was impressive this morning. Pedrinho Matos, the Portuguese rider. There he is, just at the front of this group. Number 3 behind him is Luis Miguel, 4th in last year's championship, and really competitive. Race winner here.
Yeah, it was the first time we've heard the Spanish national anthem in a long time in the RC, I think.
Yeah.
Can't recall the last time that's ever happened. Must have at some point.
Yeah, I can't recall it. I can recall Spanish riders, but not the Spanish national anthem in this series. That's Rakshit Chahari Dev, the Indian rider. This is, of course, an Indian manufacturer, TVS. Colossal motorcycle manufacturer in India. And Haziq Farouz is the number 6. Haziq, who came into this series, he had, as I recall, he had a high side here in round, was it round 2? Was it him that had the high side? There were some high sides, but he didn't do the whole season.
Yeah, he came in, not exactly midway, but I think he wasn't originally in the cast for TVS.
But he's in this time, and really good to see, because we know his quality as a rider. One or two crashes in the first session, including the South African rider. He looks quick, but doesn't always stay on the bike.
Yeah, Rotuli still running the ropes with these TVS machines. He's a highly talented rider from South Africa. He's a champion of the 600 class in the South African Championship. Last season seeing him for the first time. We could tell there was speed, but of course it was his first dance with the TVS Apache, so now he gets a full season.
Yeah, his first experiences of these Asian circuits as well.
Yeah, I think that turn 14 crash he had from practice 1, that's a lesson many get when they come to Sepang. You think you can get on the gas earlier, but then it just snaps back at you. You can see that he's taken the nice smooth line this time. I think Farouz is on a really good lap. Pedrinho Matos as well.
Yeah, Pedrinho, for his first visit here, was fast right from the off this morning.
Yeah, Pedrinho, he looks special. I mean, to come onto the TVS bike and immediately put in a fast lap, it's not easy.
Completely new bike, completely new track.
Yeah. I reckon the only thing that really helped him is the fact that he's raced prototype machines for a while. So that feeling probably can transfer.
Oh, and that's Chirant. Chirant's down. He's got plenty of experience on the TVS and also at Sepang.
Oh, classic on the lap did a 22.911. So that's where Chiranth has gone down. So he's just lost the front end to 15. The world Chiranth.
So it's a decent time for Haziq. Again, number 11, Pedrinho. Rakshit is number 7.
Chiranth has just come into pit lane, so his bike will need a bit of fixing. Ramdan's on the move. Sector 1 is quick from Ramdan Rosli. Oratelli Piri as well, he's on a pretty decent lap. He's fast through sectors 1 and 2, so Oratelli should be on course for a 2:23.
Yeah, just over half this 20-minute session remaining, and some of the stars like Ramdan. Also on a quick one is Sartak. Sartak, who converted himself last year from a fast rider into a fast, consistent rider.
Sartak was a bit quiet in the early portion of practice 1, and then he finally managed to put in a decent lap.
Yeah, I'm wondering about Pedrinho, just how quickly I mean, some riders are just really good at that. They just seem to go around once or twice and they've got it.
Because again, it's not only the bike, it's the track as well. Oh, Ramdan with a bit of an error there on the gas. Yeah, he's unhappy.
Yeah, annoyed with himself. He's determined to take the championship this year. A lot of other riders are going to stop that from happening.
Yeah. Here's what happened to Ramdan. Tips the bike in, just adjust to get on the gas, and probably just a bit too early on lean, and yeah, the rear started biting. Yeah, to what you mentioned with how Pedrinho has adapted. There's a quote from Max Verstappen that he says that you should be able to learn the track within 2 to 3 laps, and then after that you have to be able to go full on. And I think Pedrinho has adopted that really well.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about other non-Asian riders who prove themselves to learn tracks quickly, Marcus Reiterberger stands out as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did it most notably perhaps with Sugo, which everybody was saying, oh, it's such a technical, difficult track. And he took a lap or 2 laps at the most to crack it. Yeah, some riders can just do it.
Eight minutes left in the session. Oratelli, he was improving, but I think he got held up somewhere along because he came across with a 2:24.8. He's on another hot lap now. He's improving through both sectors 1 and 2.
Yeah, the qualifying sessions tomorrow morning, like Underbones, are split. So top 8 and second 8 in the case of TVS Asia. Sorry, TVS International. It's a good renaming, actually.
Yeah. I like this new name, TVS Racing International Championship. I think it works.
Yeah. The kid was quick this morning. But 2:22.068 is the benchmark set by Warapong. In relative terms, he's languishing in 10th place at the moment in this session. Perhaps he's decided to give back some of the glory
session's gone a bit quiet in terms of position swaps, but Rivki and Sartak have gone up into second and third respectively, with both of them setting a 2:23.15.
It's Luis Miguel. Probably a respectable lap for him. He set the fastest sector 1 along the way.
Oh, struggling to get that bike stopped, Luis Miguel. Tried his best, holding on to the rear brake as well. Just couldn't get it turned in.
So this isn't going to be the best lap for him. It's one of the new camera angles we were talking about. You can see the exit to turn 15. Got more cameras, more angles for you this season. Pong is getting a bit of a move on as we get into the last 5 minutes. He's running with number 17. Number 5 is Leandro Paredes, who looks more comfortable on the bike than he did last season. Oratui is flying number 10 there.
Vorapong's gone up into 7th with a 2:23.640. Ramdan Rosli up into 2nd with a 2:23.066. So tightly packed in the top 5.
Yeah, but Haziq holding on to that top spot. 8th quickest is Rashid. That's 2:24.1. Which is almost exactly the same as the 8th quickest time from this morning. Okay, so there is Nakib, the number 16, and the number 17, Vorapong, running together. There's Vorapong just having a look at the new Malaysian rider in the championship, or is he going to have a crack at pushing himself up from 7th? He was first in the first session. Nixon Frost is on the number 15, 15-year-old New Zealander. Good to see him back in for his 2nd season. He runs wide to let these two go through. So 15, 16 and 17 all running quite neatly together. Haziq remains on top. Sartak Chavan is in the pits and sitting in P4. A little bit quieter from Pedrino Matos in this session. Kib looking comfortable at the front of this lot, although Vorapong just dives under him. Kib's going to give chase or have a watch just to see what's going on. So they're going to get another lap in after this one. So Vorapong goes away there at the front. Let's watch out for his sector 1 time. that was decent, but he's not going to move himself up the order unless he goes really fast through the remaining parts of this lap. Yeah, Nakib got the measure of him now, pushing him quite hard. Nakib improving. But Warapong's not going to let him go. 17 Warapong, 16 Nakib. Zeke Farouz sits at the top for this session anyway. Looking further down the order, 2 New Zealanders are in 14th and 15th. There's Tyler King and Nixon Frost. Chiran Vishwanath, who we saw crash earlier, he's down in 13th, but will probably go through to qualifying 2 by virtue of his time set this morning, which was a very respectable 2:23. So a little rehearsal there, at least for Nakib. He takes the inside line, but goes wide. Warapong has a look up the inside, but stays where he is. So they take the checkered flag. Nakib is in 3rd, 2:23.1. So that'll be good enough to take him through to qualifying 2. Ramdan Rosley quietly stole 2nd place. Sartak moved up to 4th, but it's been a fairly quiet day for the Indian star. Pedrinho, who really shook things up in the first session, was steadier this time around. He came out really quick, but ended up 5th. Luis Miguel, former race winner here, 6th quickest. So we'll just take a look at those positions and times. So, local rider Haziq Farouz.
So I'm at the Ezra Honda garage with Fadila Arbi Aditama. So Arbi, you're a champion last year, now you go up, add 2 more cylinders. How's the experience so far in this grid?
yeah, it was great. The bike is more powerful, more heavier, and it was challenging for me because this is my first time to be able to ride 600 full season, and I'm happy to be here, and maybe I want to do more and more.
So, going onto this bike, we noticed that you've been training a lot on the 600 back in your hometown. So, tell us, how's the training regime on the 600s?
Yeah, of course, I changed the bike for training, and also on the gym, I push harder than before because I need to gain some muscle, and the training is going well, and the preparation is going well. I hope I can deliver more next session FP3 and also for the race.
So far in the first 2 practice sessions, you've not been too far, but of course we know that you will want to, your goal is on the top. So what do you feel is missing now a bit? Is it just you getting used to the bike again, or is there something you guys need to find?
I think from the beginning, also from the test, we are doing well. We put a lot of laps together with the team, and we need to find step by step, one by one, because we use the new bike, and now we just need to put in one piece, try to find something in the pocket, and then I need to learn more about this 600, especially the tire. The tire feeling is different, and yeah, I need to put it together and work with the team well, and then let's see on the next session.
Thank you so much, RB. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
4 going through there, just out of interest, is Piraponglu Bumpeng, a long-time rider for Team One for All in Underbones, now stepping up. 37, another interesting talking point. That's Aiki Yoshi, who after spending most of his career on Kawasaki's has moved to Honda with SDG for this season with the Japanese team. And there is Kritapat Kankum, who topped the first session this morning, has been quick all the way through. So 39 is Kritapat. 36 is Tiranai Tub Tim, who missed the second session this morning. As I said, big field here. Lots of new riders and a very notable senior rider come back in the shape of Reza Danica Arens, who remains with Astra Honda and has moved from 600s to 250s. So he's actually done that dance before, but he has 2 championship belts already from the AP 250 class. And we'll be looking for another one this season. We had an official test, pre-season test on Wednesday, and Reza Danica was the quickest of those riders, although the times set this morning are all faster. You can see dawdling here on this out lap. Once they get onto the flying laps, that won't be happening, because there's a rule in place that says they have to, presuming they've raced here before, they have to be within 115% of their best practice time, qualifying time, sorry. So quite a stern benchmark designed to keep speeds up and keep the riders safe. This applies to Underbone 150s as well as the 250s. Perhaps they need to adjust the rules slightly to take into account the outlap. So you can see some riders, yeah, sorry Dan, you can see some riders coming through fast, just up behind the people on their outlap. So you can see, yeah, the riders coming through now, getting up to racing speed. And the number 45, that is Badli Ayatollah, who was really quick this morning. He's had an early crash. So unfortunate for Astra Honda's new rider in this category. So he's down at on his first flying lap, and in fact, the red flag is out. So just get the, I don't think that was Badley's crash that caused it, because the bike wasn't in the way. But we'll bring you an update as soon as we know exactly what happened. So the riders are just coming in slowly as they must. And we'll wait to hear. Daniel's just talking to race control at the moment, so we'll have a view about what happened shortly. Certainly nothing in our vision. Unless it's some kind of response by race control to that very slow outlap. No?
Yeah, as of right now, we know that it was the incident with Budley. We'll wait for further updates. There's a look at Budley's bike. So the session will be red flag for now. When we get any further updates, we will let you guys know. As of right now, everyone's back into pit lane.
Okay, interesting. I didn't see Badley's bike as an immediate hazard, but race control could see something. So anyway, updates to follow. I don't think there was any liquid on the track, so just have a holding pattern for now.
Yeah, so right now, apparently there is oil that came out from his bike, but the good news is apparently Badley is moving about. So wait for any further updates for when the session will resume. And should it be shortened? And that all depends on how long it takes them to clear everything.
Yeah, with an oil spill, that's always uncertain. Just looking at the fairly tall figure there of Shinshin Zhang, who came in on the green Kawasaki. New look team for Shinshin Zhang, the team owner. He was kind of mortified earlier in the week when he was described by someone in our team, I guess, as being the youngest team owner in the championship, and he was kind of miffed because he thought, I always thought of myself as a rider. But there you are. He has to carry that mantle as well. But that's a really good-looking new team. Got those Kawasaki's in really nice shape.
Oh yeah.
As well as Zhang. They've got Unai in as an exciting European rider.
Yeah, and I do love the bright Kawasaki green that he's chosen for those bikes.
Yeah, that is a proper Kawasaki green.
Yeah. Nah, yeah. Sorry.
I'm going to say, and of course, what they do for the soundtrack of this category is really special.
Yeah, I think Unai has done really well for his first weekend out on the bike. They've had a bit of time with the bike in Mandalika. I think it was back in February or late February. They did a test there with Unai. And Unai already finding the top 5 positions in practice 2 after missing out the majority of practice 1 due to an early crash. So he's put in the good work. And Shinshin Zhang, I think, with his influence in the team, they're bound to find some great results.
Yeah, he does like to bring in riders from other countries, really quick riders. Just trying to think who we've seen him bring through. Reach Takahiro, of course, who really threatened for a podium. I'm still surprised he didn't quite get one last season.
We've had Humberto as well.
Yeah, Brazilian rider Humberto. And the Indonesian rider was going to say too long to find it.
He's done a lot of work with Galang Hendra as well. They were training together, and he raced in Mandalika as well with alongside Galang.
Yeah, that's it. And that was running Yamahas last year. So they're bringing additional colour to a kaleidoscopic championship, it's fair to say. We've got a lot of new colours this year across all categories. I guess one of the little rivalries to watch out for is going to be the one that seemed to be emerging in the second session between Unai on the Kawasaki and Aiki Iyoshi, who's moved to Honda. And there's very little separating them, although the Kawasaki was slightly quicker.
Yeah, I think it's for Aiki, it's like seeing an ex-girlfriend go past.
Yeah, this is an important season for Aiki Iyoshi. He's delighted with the switch, but he needs to convert that into some really good results.
Yeah, to his credit, this is the highest we've seen the SDG team perform in the 250, so
sure,
he's doing a great job so far in his first outing with the 250 Honda. So I think we can expect some good results coming Aiki's way. The main thing that he's going to have to look out for as well is trying to best the likes of Astra Honda with the master back in the class, Reza Danica.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So apparently we have indication that pit exit will open in 3 minutes at 3:45 p.m. No indication that time will be reduced, so I think we will have the full 30-minute session. 24.5 minutes left of it.
Yeah, it's a relatively short break. So that means the track will have been inspected now. And we hope for good news about Badley, the rider. So that leaves just one rider for Astra Honda in this category. And there have been glory days for Astra Honda when they've locked out the front row of the grid, when they've locked out the podium.
I mean, I remember back in the day when they were literally running the show at the front and they just gapped everyone else. But yeah, thanks to regulation changes, that has brought the group all close together. And yeah, Astra has been still the strongest team for the past few seasons as well. But the battles are amazing.
Yeah, that's right. It's gotten really competitive. 3 very different bikes here, the R3, the CBR 250 and the Kawasaki. Very different bikes, and so the regulations have been skillfully, brilliantly adjusted to make the performance really even. Another rider to note, just while we're reflecting on what we have so far, is the Vietnamese riders in this category, because one most notably, Viet Tuan for Honda Racing Vietnam looks like a leader. We've lost in inverted commas Chao Vietnam from this championship this year, it looks like.
That's Panjarok. But yeah, the second I didn't see Cao Vietnam's name in the entry list, felt a bit sad because he brought such a presence and he was really the leading Vietnamese rider for the project. So I remember I saw him practicing and racing the 600s in Malaysia and such. I was sort of hoping that Honda Vietnam was going to get the budget to send him in the 600s, but unfortunately we're not seeing that. So Cao Vietnam, wherever you are, we hope you'll come back.
Yeah, and we thank you for the contribution you've made to motorsport in Vietnam, because that's why we have these competitive riders coming through.
I dare to say he's paved the way for them.
Absolutely, yeah. He enjoyed a lot of publicity in Vietnam for his achievements, and yeah, the Vietnamese motorcycle racing story rolls on. So pit lane open once again. I've noticed they've cut the time now.
Oh yeah,
so 14 minutes.
10 minutes
remaining.
Shut it off.
Yeah, yeah. So exactly a 10-minute cut off.
Yes, understandable. It was a bit of a stoppage due to the red flag.
Yeah, and the sun is quite low normally by the time we finish the ASB 1000 at the end. There's Danica there. A few riders we've noted changing numbers. He hasn't. All the time he's been in ARRC, no matter what category he's been in, it's always that 1, 2, 3.
I remember there was one season where there was literally the 3 positions he finished in across the season, first, second, or third.
That's right.
It's going to be interesting to see what Reza does, because it's not easy to come from a category where you have the power to get out of the turns, and now you have to go back to really rolling. Of course, Super Sport 600 does have a similar riding style, but again, different weight, different power. But again, Reza has been the master of this class before. Who's to say he's not going to do it again?
Yeah, and having him in gives a really good benchmark. See the 2 Thai Yamahas there, 39 of Kritapat and the 36 of Tiranai. There's the 222, another rider who's held on to his number through different categories. Fahmi Bassam, 2024 Underbone 150 champion. Did a really decent job of defending it, but was completely overpowered, as everybody else was, by Husni Zainal Fauzi. But good to see him in 250s and going really competitively in this category.
The great thing about Fahmi, he's no fluke of a rider. Even when Husni was that dominant, he still kept the fight alive for quite a while. Didn't let Husni run away easily, and they have great respect for each other. And honestly, so far, Fahmi has been impressive in the 250s class. I think FN do have a real special talent on their hands again.
Yeah. They did it with Murabil, who's much missed in this class for this season.
Robbie, if you're watching, we do miss you, and we hope one day we'll see you coming back into this field.
Absolutely.
Dimas Shami with a bit of a leg dangle into turn 9.
Yeah, another exciting talent. There's something quite unassuming about Daniel Shami. We've seen it with riders before. You know, when riders are very young and they come through and they do really well, it just seems like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So it's really important that nobody tells him it's difficult.
He doesn't seem to think it at all. I mean,
Yeah.
he came in with a bike that was pretty much fresh from the factory. Found a bit of struggle in round 1 and 2, and then suddenly went straight for the podium. It's just the quality of Daniel Shami, and yeah, for the team as well to develop this bike, it's great having someone like Daniel Shami. He communicates very well, understands what the mechanics need to hear to make the bike go quicker.
Yeah, and that's a lot to do when you're running a single bike.
That's not easy. I mean, they're just relying on him. Of course, you can say that, yeah, Yamaha can look at what the other teams are doing, but just because one team's using something doesn't mean it's going to work for your rider. So hats off to Daniel Shami for working well with the team, and to the team for delivering this package.
Yeah, this is a really good project. I like this. I enjoyed it last season as well. Got up to speed at all yet in this class. Because Badley's crash came while people were on their out laps. You picked that up on the circuit microphones. You heard the howl, or the, it's not a howl, is it? It's a scream.
Scream, yeah.
Of the Kawasaki's going through. You just stay there with Daniel Shami.
Into turn 9 there. Leading the pack was Kritapat. Just getting a bit tight there. Managing to get through it. Looks like they're in quite an attack mode. Maybe this is just trying to look for a qualifying setup for most of the riders.
See Fahmi on the back of that group. Practice time remaining now showing 18.5 minutes. So an adjustment made there.
So that would have meant that we are completing the 24 minutes, I guess.
No, I don't think so. I think it's shorter. Anyway, we have 18 minutes remaining. And we are just seeing the first flying laps being completed. Back with Daniel Shami. And now with that clutch of riders going through. It's a 2:24.655 for Fahmi Bassam to top the timing screen for now. And that's the fastest time of the day. 2:24.655 on the first flying lap. We've got 17 minutes remaining. It's a bit of a strange session.
Yeah.
And Chandra came up. He was pretty much absent earlier on. Very little track time. 39 is Kritapat. Kritapat got Panjarut for company. 2 Thai riders. One on the Yamaha, one on the Honda. In fact, there are 4 Thai riders running together. Kritapat, Panjarut, and Pirapong, and Tiranai. Just ahead of the riders on your screen now. 21 is Irfan Haikal.
Fahmi Bassam's going quick on this lap. He's going to reduce it down to about another mid 2:24. Lap record here around is Reza Danica in 2023 with a 2:22.4, but that was before the regulations changes, so it would have been, the bikes will have been faster back then. So we're looking more around the 2:23s as the fastest laps.
Yeah, a lot of lines being experimented with as these big groups of riders go through.
Oh, 2:24.4 by Fahmi Bassam. Al Diaz for Yamaha BAF Yamalup, 2:24.7.
Yeah, Gary Salim in that group as well, another former champion. He's improving, 2:25.9.
Last year the fastest practice time was Fadela RB Aritama with a 2:23.3. Murubel Vitoni did a 2:23.4, so Fahmi Bassam making the Elephant team proud with his timing so far.
Yeah, this is great work by Fahmi and great work by LFN for finding another rider to put on the 250 that's going to go fast right from the start.
Oh, Kritapat's on a really hot lap. Sector 1 is really quick from Kritapat. And Shami as well, he's doing he's improving in Sector 1, but it's not going to be enough to take him to the top. Nothing wrong with the top speed of the Elephant bike either, 194.2 kilometers per hour down the front straight.
Yeah, absolutely, good speeds. And big variance as well. Setu Rajiv's bike doing 170. Wow.
The Elephant team have really a strong group of mechanics and engineers around them. I mean, you can see it from the Underbones and now in the 250s as well since Murabel. The bike has been really a top performing machine. Kritapat has gone quickest in Sector 3. This could be a very low 24, maybe even knocking on the door of a 23 for Kritapat.
Yeah, he's going to jump to the top unless something goes badly wrong. He goes inside Fahmi Bassam as they get into turn 15.
Fahmi was just peering off into pit lane. Kritapat nearly a big error. Behind him is Shami, who's also on an improving lap. What's it going to be for Kritapat? Yeah, he lost time with the wiggle, but 2:24.2 still. Oh. He goes to the top. Then Ashami behind him goes 4th fastest.
Yeah, and Aldiaz has been going well all day as well. He's currently 3rd. Yamaha Baf Yamalube as his esteemed teammate, some way down the order from him, 226 in this session.
Una is on a decent lap. It's not going to send him into the top 5, but he should find his way into the top 10, I think. Kiyoshi, on the other hand, has been struggling. He's done a decent sector 1 now on this current lap that he's setting, so we will see Aiki coming to form a bit later in practice 3. Now Fami Bassam and Aldiaz Axel have gone back into pit lane, so it could be just adjustments or maybe even session done for them. Unai Kalatayur, it's only managed 15 so far. But he has been able to set 225, so we'll wait to see what happens.
Yeah, that's quite a mixed group. Got Tayo Sato in there. We've got Gao Jiang in there, as well as the usual front runners. And 21 just dicing at the front there. 12 is Panjaruk, 21 is Irfan Haikal.
There's probably nothing much happening. Rizzo Danica sets his personal best at 225.4. He's improving on this lap. As well on bits of improvement, it seems. There's Aiki Yoshigon, he's down in 17th still. He is improving. But I think whatever they're trying for Aiki in this session hasn't really worked. He was much quicker in practice 1. In fact, a whole 2 seconds quicker.
Yeah, Kudapat's got Gary Salim just in front of him. Gao Jiang just behind him. So as I said, quite a mixed group here. Tayo Sato on the number 100.
Reza's gone 4th. Nguyen Viet Tuan has gone up into 8th. This Vietnamese outfit's looking really good because Hu Tri also is not too far behind him. And Aiki Yoshi has found his way into 10th.
Nice work. The Vietnamese rider coach, or the rider coach for the Vietnam team, is Hiroki Ono, as we were saying earlier on. So he's got to be making an impact.
I think it might just be the aura of Hiroki Ono in that garage right now.
Yeah, that's got to be worth half a second, I'd have thought. Got 2 Thai riders at the front of this group, Tiranai and Kridapat. 36 is Tiranai, 39 is Kridapat. 99, there is Galang.
Look at Reza, he is flying through sector 2. Sector 1 was good as well from Reza.
Yeah, this is good work. Pirapong getting amongst that group as well, and not improving. Nice easy one to pick out. Those one for all orange and yellow colours. Is Chandra. Daniel Sharmi just went through. Gowing Hendra is behind him. Such top quality in this field. Kudapat remains quickest for that 224.292. Just spotted another of the new cameras. This is Razor. Let's see what he can do. put him up to P3. That was 224.5.
Yeah, it's more like it from Reza first, second, or third. So far now he's third. Fadil Mushavi has done a good job as well. 224.8. He's up into fifth. Shah Juntong again. I'm impressed with Shah Juntong. He's up into 19th now in the Tianyu Asia Racing MFZ. Slowly finding the rhythm with the 250s.
Yeah, I guess after riding 600s, he's gone into this with some confidence. Daniel Sharmy moving nicely through that field. Number 18 is in there. He's having a really good session. Currently 9th with a 225.8. Bingra goes up the inside of Tiranai.
It's been a brilliant session from the Honda Vietnam riders. Unai Kalatayud has just come back in. Yeah, it's been an interesting session. Irfan Haikal, who's been a bit quiet this session, he's in 11th. He's on his out lap now. Tayo Saito as well. He's a bit down the order. Akiyoshi, previous lap, his best lap so far, 25.8. He's improving now on this lap as well. He's going fast through sector 1 and 2.
Just in that group there. Galang, there's Tayo Saito, number 100.
Yeah, Aiki should get a good chunk of slipstream coming out of this. So it should be a good lap coming in from him. I think we'll see Aiki jump up into P8 at the very least.
Okay, Daniel Sharmy's gonna take a break.
Yeah, that's a good look at the
That's
glove for men. Chrome, is that chrome or silver? I think it's more towards silver and red.
yeah, the color seems to change depending on the angle you look at it.
So whoever spray painted that, by good job.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Alejandro up into 4th place. So it's a Yamaha party at the top 8, except for Reza Danica. He's the only dent in the Blue Army's top 8 finishing right now.
Yeah, that's right.
This session's more like it as well from Gary. Expected him to be quick in contesting for the front group, and as of right now he's just 1.6 off. Of course, for MS Glove for Men, they still need to iron out a few things for this category, but they're doing a great job so far with Gary Salim. Another talented and experienced rider from Indonesia.
Yeah, we were used to seeing him in 600s. He had really bad injuries from Sugo a few years ago. And took a while to come back from that. Viet Tuan was the number 84 you could see in that group there. Currently 9th, just ahead of Hu Tri.
Yeah, right now nothing much really moving around lap time wise. It's sort of plateaued. Only one I'm looking at here is Shah Juntong, who's found some improvements in sector 2 and 3. Again, a very impressive work by Shah Juntong. 3 minutes left, so this group will have this lap and another one remaining in the session. Again, we're not quite at the 223s so far for Friday's practice sessions, but regardless, the gaps between the top have been quite close. And tomorrow will tell a whole nother story again. It is Sepang. The weather can be such a huge factor.
Yeah, I mean, these conditions today on aggregate have been easy. It got a little dark early afternoon. Now that's kind of burned away again. The clouds that were building up are not so evident now. There is a bit more wind though.
Yeah. No, generally, I would say this is some of the best riding weather I've seen in Sepang in a long time. But again, tomorrow you never know. It could be blazing hot. It has been hot around Sepang for the past few weeks, but it could also bring the rain. You just never know when you're at the Sepang International Circuit.
Yeah. Taiyo Sato having a go. The number 100.
Set the fastest sector 2, but sector 1 isn't quicker, but it's still quick. Unai is coming up, but he won't have enough time to set a flying lap, I don't think.
No, Kripapat remains at the top of that 224.292.
Is that contact?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's getting twitchy there.
Yeah.
I see Chandra kind of moving around a little bit, looking like he's ready for a scrap.
Yeah, they're getting a bit impatient. They do too many funny stuff. Race control is definitely going to have a word with them, so it's only practice. And the riders can get away with a bit of calmer riding. So actually, you know what? Unai will make it around for a flying lap. He's right there, so
Yeah.
let's see whether Unai can lift himself up with quite a good amount of slipstream in front of him. So long as no one gets in his way.
Okay, so Fahmi's going to lead the group across the line this time. He's got Tiranai behind him and Razor.
Oh, big issue there for number 69. What's going to happen there? What? He just completely went off onto the grass, and
Yeah.
it's a strange decision when down the
Yeah.
front straight at that speeds. Aldiaz Axel. Let's have a
Yeah,
see what happened
so,
there.
Yeah, a little bit of an error at the end of what's been a really good session for him.
Oh, I think he was maybe, yeah, he was avoiding Fahmi. Fahmi was slowing down. That's dangerous. Yeah, that's what happened. Fahmi lifted up, and Aldiaz had to avoid, and we are so lucky that Aldiaz managed to save that, because that is pretty dangerous.
Yeah, good work to avoid it. So I don't know how many times in every one of these weekends we talk about slow riding and the horrors that it can cause.
That one was scary for me, especially at the front straight. It's not where you want to lift off at any time.
The Yamaha's running wide there. Razor running wide. Panjarup is the number 12. Viet Tuan is the number 84. Kripapat, Fahmi, Razor, Galang, Aldiaz at the top.
Yeah, that's Unai Kalatayud. He hasn't really made much of an impression on this lap. I think he's been trying to muscle his way through, but it's been a bit scrappy out there, so
Yeah.
he'll have to sleep tonight and think about doing it all tomorrow.
Yeah, this has been a scrappy end to the session, really.
Carlson Jacob Solis has been putting in a decent lap so far. I don't think he's going to improve much. Jazel is improving through sector 1 and 2, and sector 3 is an okay one for him. Around turn 15 they go now.
Yeah, one of the best looking bikes in this class, the 111 of Kabilesh. He just improved, although didn't lift up his position.
Yeah, Chazal, on the other hand, has gone up into 20th. He's closed the gap slightly, so that's a bit better from the Singaporean rider. New engine for the bike as well, so he's trying to learn everything that he can on it as quickly as he can.
Of the day for the Supersport 600s.
So I'm at the Swift Grower Racing Team paddock with a familiar face, Lachlan Eppes. Lachlan, you're collecting a lot of Flyers miles this year, flying all the way from Andorra. How's that lifestyle switch been?
Well, in terms of flying, it's not that much further at all coming from Australia. It's only a couple of hours, but in terms of a lifestyle switch, it's a big change, obviously, coming from hot Australia into, at the moment, a much colder Andorra over there in Europe. But from an athlete and from a racer, being over there, able to train every day, able to ride bikes at an affordable price instead of what it is back home, it just makes more sense for me at my point in my career.
So, well, if you look at the test results and so far through free practice 1 and 2, it's been impressive from you, and I think there's been big improvements. What would you say has been the biggest change?
Yeah, I think the test definitely was good so far Friday. I think we'd be pretty disappointed by our own standards. It's a lot of little things, not many big things have changed. Obviously we've got a new sponsor in SwiftGrow that are injecting a lot of cash into us here to perform and get those results that we're expecting. We've done it on a shoestring budget, and now we don't have to, so the pressure's now on us to prove that we can perform. Honestly, we're just chasing that rear grip in the bike still. If we can find that grip that we get when we put a qualifying tyre in, if we can get some more of that in the race tyre, then we can be really competitive.
So this season we have more laps added onto the ASV 1000s race, 14 laps around Sepang. How do you think it's going to be like managing the grid towards the end?
Really difficult. Obviously Dunlop are pretty notorious for being a tyre that's very constant throughout the race, but 14 laps here, that's almost a 30-minute race. there's going to be a drop and you're going to have to manage it and how you manage it. I think the front tyre is probably going to be more critical than the rear, just with the heat and the way that a lot of these corners are quite long and you spend a lot of time on the side. I think the front tyre is going to be the tyre that we're more managing and struggling with. And I think you'll see that a lot coming into the braking zones for turn 1 and the final turn. Towards the end of the race, we're going to really start pushing into there and just struggling a lot.
One thing that we did pick up on is that I think most of the riders were running the hard fronts. Is that just as a preparation to get used to it for the race day, or is there a possibility that some might go for a medium?
I must be in the minority then. I've been on the medium all day. For me, the medium is the tyre that I think we will be going for. I haven't tried the hard yet today. We'll try it in the FP3, so maybe I'll be surprised and pleasantly happy. But for me, I think the medium, the new medium that Dunlop have brought, are just giving us that bit more feeling and a bit more information, and you can ride to the limit with a bit more confidence of understanding when you might go over it. But obviously both the hard and the medium are very similar, and they're both good tyres, and it just comes down to rider preference.
Thank you so much, Lachlan. Good luck with this race weekend.
Anyways, thank you.
IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk.
Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. We are on track for the final Supersport 600 session of the day. We've seen them twice already. The two Thai Hondas you can see of Tanat and Kitsada leading the way on your screens. 31 is Tanat, 18 is Kitsada.
Yeah, Tanat with an error in practice too. He'll be looking to make amends for that.
Yeah, just shadowing them there is Dimas Pratama, who, as we were saying earlier, if you were with us, is very warmly welcome back into this paddock. We first saw him on a 600 way back in 2012 in Asia Road Racing. Since when he's gone on to do great things and comes back as a real quality rider in what looks like a real quality team with the MS Glow for Men. So he's been just working on setup, Dimas Eki, in a professional, unhurried way. So we'll be watching his progress during the course of the weekend. And fingers crossed he'll be fully competitive within a round or two.
Yeah, he'd already managed the 2:15 earlier, so he's getting there. And right now he's trying to follow the likes of Kitsada and Tanat. And this lap actually might be a decent one from Dimas. He's not gapped too far behind them. Let's see as he completes his first flying lap. Will there be some changes to the setup?
Yeah, new riders into this category. Of note, 250 champion, Fadila Arbi for Astra Honda. So he's following a well-trodden path of top Indonesian riders.
Dimas came across with a 2:14. That's his personal best this weekend. So already into the 14s, Dimas. That's experience right there.
Yep, and starting to enjoy himself. Casper Daniel has put in the fastest lap, looking across both sessions so far today. Just from memory was a 2:10.4, but I can... No, 2:10.523. There's Wayne Agroho, one of the riders that's really coming through strongly in this category. And there is Kazma, who in the first two sessions did just enough to score a really good time and then back off and leave it. So he's keeping his powder dry for the rest of the weekend. So champion last year, or reigning champion, it's a nicer way to say it. One on count back from Anupab Samoon. These riders did some really quick times in the official test. Into Kazma was in the 209s. So we can expect to see the times tumbling to that sort of level as we get into qualifying tomorrow morning. These bikes do, of course, have qualifying tyres.
Yeah, Kazma last season in practice 3, right around when the track is cooling down, he managed a 2:09.8. In qualifying with the qualifying rears, 2:08.7. So we can expect with these temperatures now, I think Kazma will be looking for a 2:09.
Yeah, temperature must be just coming off a bit now. And the sky's cleared. It looks as though the wind's dropped a bit as well. So as good a conditions as you could really pray for here at Sepang.
Yeah, today's conditions have been absolutely ideal. Then the riders will have enjoyed this.
There's Helmi Asman I think, yeah, he's on an outlap. His teammate, Carolyn Powie, is putting in a good lap.
Again, Helmy just seems so unsettled. That was just him just unable to get the bike turned. It's strange from Helmy.
Yeah, we noticed it before, but he doesn't look confident or comfortable on that Idemitsu Honda Malaysia CBR. Bit of a mystery, because we know his quality. He's currently got Isam Iqbal behind him.
Yeah, contrast, Kip is loving his setup. He's been consistently lapping 210s, seemingly with no issue. And right now he's just come across with a 210.7. Herjun has lapped a 211.4, so looking good for Herjun Atlan in this session so far.
Yeah, Fadila Arbi is one of the rookies and the reigning 250 champion, just improving from 10th up to 6th. Anupab Sarmoon, who was really quick in the official test, has been quite quiet today, really, by his standards.
Oh, again, Helmy just can't get his bike stopped. The front just seems to be going away from him, and
yeah, he's looking around, he's shaking his head. He needs to come in and fix that.
yeah, something's just not gone right with his CBR 600. I don't think there's been a single session today where we've seen Helmy at his best, and it doesn't look like him. It's the bike. The bike is just not responding the way it needs to.
Yeah, he's constantly looking around, he's distracted. He's just not comfortable on that bike at all. It's almost the attitude of a rider when they fall off, bend the bike and then get back on and try and ride it home to fix it. It's the same kind of body language. Good to see Isam Iqbal getting back in the groove though after his earlier misfortune and the knock that he took on Wednesday in testing.
Oh. And Isam went way off there, nearly losing the rear, but somehow managed to keep it back on track.
Yeah, Kazma's going to chop in front of his compatriot.
Oh, Isam made a mistake as well into turn 9. He's gone super wide, and both of them, both Helmy and Kazma went through.
So Kazma sitting at the top again, 210.498. I think that's his best time of the day and the best time of the day. Yeah.
I was just watching Helmy going through 13 there. You can see he's really having to work that bike into a line that he wanted. So I think maybe he's decided to try now since he's got Kazma in front of him.
Well, he's going to push on for another lap.
You would have thought after those 2 hours that Helmy would have come back in, but yeah, I think he just sees the opportunity now. The fastest man on track is in front of you. Try and find something. 210.7 that time for Kazma.
Yeah, 210.7 is the best time for Carlin Powie. As you said, is really enjoying himself again.
Yeah, I think Kazma noted that these two are trying to follow behind him, and he's just pulled away. And now he goes back onto his racing line. Oh, the front end of Helmy's bike it's like it's fighting against him, but Helmy's still managing to ride. Currently in the sector 1, he's improving, but again 215. No, he did pull away from that lap, so yeah, we'll discount the previous lap, but yeah, you can just see that Helmy is having to muscle that bike around.
Yeah, he's going quicker than...
Oh. He went onto the edge there on the exit of turn 7. That is not a fun place to be.
Yeah, he's going quicker, but not that quick.
Yeah, look at the way he's wrestling on the handlebars there. He's just dipping his body in, trying to get that bike turned. This is quite the workout for Helmi Asman. Into 12, into 13. Actually, it's going to be a decent time, I think, for Helmi. He'll get into the 2:12s perhaps with this lap.
Yeah, this is nothing like what he's capable of, as we know very well. So he's going to be frustrated. He will go on to do another lap as he muscles it around turn 15 onto the rumble strip.
Tell you what, Helmi Asman, hats off to you. 2:11.1.
Yeah, that was a fight. But good job. So Helmi now up into third, bumping Herjanatna down to fourth. Then it's Ferozi Torakatula, 2:11.736. I think he's improving. He's a second better than he was last time out, and the first time. Kazma's been a longer stint for Kazma than we've seen so far today.
Yeah, maybe Kazma's trying to just set race pace for himself. Although to say race pace, he would have been consistently doing that, but he's backed off twice now. So let's see, maybe he stays on for a few more. This is not bad from Ferozi this time around, 2:11.7. Best we've seen of Ferozi this weekend.
Yeah, by about 0.7. That's an improvement. So the Indonesian going in the right direction. Class rookie last year. So you always hope and expect that you're going to have a really good year the following year. And Honglong Yamaha, well, they've enjoyed a lot of exposure at the top, but Kyle is not having a good outing at all today. Currently 1.8 seconds off his teammate.
Yeah, something's gone really backwards for Kyle this weekend so far.
.212, I think, is his best time. Yeah, second practice he did a 2:13.
Yeah, last season in comparison he managed a 2:11.0 in practice 1. But then in practice 2 and practice 3 he did struggle last season, so maybe Sepang has just been a bit difficult for Kyle. Hasn't found the setup that he likes perhaps, but tomorrow is going to be the important day in the morning qualifying session. Oh, someone's gone off there.
Yeah, who's that with the pink boots? Blue suit, pink boots.
My guess is that was Zhao Tianhao. I think that was him because he did come across to complete his lap just before that happened, so perhaps it's him.
Right, Izam's in the pits, Tanat's in the pits. Honda Racing Thailand machines are not really putting it in today. They haven't got to where you would expect. Herjan's doing a sterling job. That was a 2:12.1. His best is 2:11.4. His teammate Fadila Arbi, 2:11.8. So they're currently sitting 4th and 6th. Let's take a look at exactly who's out there at the moment.
Just following Herjun now as he goes down through turn 6. You can see the sunset setting down around turn 5 and 6. See a nice glow of the sun.
Yeah, and the shadow of the grandstand going on to the back straight.
And this is where we get some beautiful photos of the riders going around Sepang. Rosie coming back out from pit lane now.
Kyle having a push.
Yeah, looks like he's finding improvement, so maybe they have unlocked something for Kyle, but it's not going to be that big of a jump for him, it seems. But at least it's moving in the right direction.
Anupap's best time, 2:11.8. Oh, he really dragged it back online there.
A bit of rodeo show from Herjun. And improving through sector 3. It's not going to be an improvement lap time wise for Herjun, but that was fun to watch. He looks more comfortable now in the 600.
Yeah, he does, and he's got the right physique for it as well. Well, he had the right physique for it when he won the 250 championship.
Yeah. So Kyle's come across and he's gone up into 8th with a 2:11.9. That's a lot more like it from McKinley Kyle
Yeah,
pads.
that's by far his best time of the day. So hopefully he's unlocked the box that he needs. Yes, Ferozi, 2:11.7. It's his best time. Kazma and Kip clear at the top. Just looking for Helmy in the pits. No. Helmy is out. So I guess you can change the bike, or perhaps he's decided to change the rider to make that thing go quicker, to make it turn.
I think he did come into the pit lane for a very short, brief moment. Maybe just a couple of clicks here, a couple of clicks there, and he's hoping that that might make the difference. Sometimes it's possible that that's the problem, but yeah, it just looks like the bike didn't want to stop a turn for him. Yeah, Kyle's going to come back into pit lane on this lap. Anupap being a bit quiet this session. He did say that what he needs to fix this season is his qualifying, so I think there will be a bit of pressure on Anupap's shoulders. He did manage top 5 in practice too, but he will want more.
Yeah, he's given himself a lot of work to do last year, especially here at Sepang, when he had to start from the back and muscle his way up into 3rd. I mean, it was fantastic entertainment, but very hard work for him. He needs to make it easier for himself, because as it turned out, he only lost the championship on a countback.
Arby now is improving through sector 1 and sector 2, so keep an eye out for Fadila Arby. He might be hunting for a lower 2:11. So that's number 98 of Kip, who's come back into pit lane. So the rider's improving this lap so far. Only RB's looking like he's going to leave an impression, but while Nugroho wasn't a fast lap in sector 2, he's lost a bit of time. That's for the RB, at number 93.
Yeah, Wayu Nugroho, he's yet to get into the 2:11s.
RB went right onto the limit of the curb there on the exit of turn 15. And he's done a 2:11.7, so good improvement there from Fadila RB. Kitsada was behind him, so Kitsada tried to find something. He managed his personal best at 2:12.8. They really need to find a 2:11s, Honda Thailand.
Yeah, at least, realistically. Yeah, it's a little bit mysterious why they're down where they are. Helmy working really hard to get this CBR 600 around here quickly.
Yeah, let's just watch the front end. Let's see if it's responding. It looks like it's not having much difficulty trying to flip between 5 and 6 this time.
It seems to be able to lap in the mid 211s.
Yeah, that front isn't giving him problems there either. Those are the two areas that we could see. Helmy needing to wrestle the bike. Maybe he's changed the line slightly. Maybe there's been an adjustment. Mindful of Kitsara Tanachot as the sun sets, giving some beautiful golden pictures. I need to, whoa. Kitsara's front there. Looks a bit soft, but it was absorbing it very well. He controls it on the exit. It's not going to be a faster lap for Kitsara. Still struggling to find those faster lap times.
Yeah, Dimas behind him once again. Saw that earlier in the session.
Yeah, I think Dimas is just trying to measure perhaps where the bike needs a bit of improvement against the top competitors. Oh, look at how dark
Wow.
that side of Sepang looks.
Yeah.
That's not that far away, but we should be good for the ASB 1000 session.
Yeah, and the wind picking up again. Oh. Well, we don't really want rain on practice day.
Yeah, not on practice day. Because we want to see these riders pushing to the limit that they can in these sessions. Sepang is very unpredictable.
Yeah, of course there are some people that enjoy watching racing in the wet.
Yeah, I think wet races are great, but in practice it really just bogs everything down and it's not so fun. That is Farozi, I think. Yeah, 36. Yeah. That's at turn 8, I believe. That's a fast crash. You're banking on the right, and then there's a bit of a slip up from the edge of the racing line, so he will have tumbled a bit.
Yeah, there's no pain in his gait, so fortunately the rider's okay.
So he tips in. Oh, he lost that early. Oh.
Yeah, that was really fast, and his leathers showed it as well.
Oh. Lucky to escape from that without an injury. I think it's knocked the wind out of him, but he looks for the majority quite okay.
Yeah, so back with Kip.
Yeah, short stop for Kip as well, just a slight adjustment it seems. And it does look like race pace management for Helmy and Kip. They're just running in consistent laps now. Kip having issues this time getting the bike stopped. Helmy has been lapping in the 211s. It's not going to be enough, I don't think, for a podium fight. Lapping in the mid to high 211s. Tana, they're being a bit cheeky and trying to find a toe from Kip.
Well, if you don't ask, you don't get. If you do ask, maybe you don't get. But Tanat knows his way around Sepang well enough. He's just not having a great day today.
Yeah.
At the other end, Kazma is having a good day. He's put in a fair few laps now.
Perchins has come back into pit lane now. He's done a decent job for Jun, and I think both him and Fadila have been impressive for Astra Honda.
Sure. Yeah, Fadila RB you kind of expect riders of his quality to come in and go fast, but it's not always that easy. For Hergen last year, he did have a race win, but apart from that, he wasn't really looking at home on the 600.
Yeah, for the majority of 2025, he was sitting out of the top 8. So this is great improvements from Hergen. He's been training hard, so has Fadilla. Just follow him on social media. Will have seen that RB has been training on the 600s non-stop almost every week. And that's what it takes to really bring it to the top.
Well, we're about to see the checkered flag here. Kip's coming into pit lane, and there's nobody really on the move. Could be a decent lap coming in from Wayne Agroho further down the order. But that's a pretty decent day's work for Karolid Pawi. So he goes back into the Idemitsu Racing Malaysia pit.
Looked like a few riders were about to send a little bit of a dive bomb into turn 1, but I think everyone thought, let's be sensible.
Yes, that's Helmi ahead of Kitsuda, and the... Ooh.
Kyle getting a bit out of shape.
Yeah. Kyle, he's got Anupab behind him. So it's an interesting group of 4.
Yeah, it was a nice shot there, just watching them all stick their leg out going into turn 4. We haven't seen many groups riding in the 600s in practice, and yeah, it's quite nice to see this image.
Yeah, out of the riders in this group, Kyle looks as though he wants to do something. He's left it a bit late.
Oh, he's gone off there. Was that Kitsada that's gone off? Was it Helmi again at turn 7? It was Helmi.
Yeah, he's off the screen now.
Again at turn 7 for Helmi Osman. It's just bizarre. I mean, he's managing to lap, well, on this occasion, 2:12s, but it's just not the Helmi that we're used to seeing. And you can see that he wants to ride it a certain way, but the bike doesn't want to listen to him, so it's just going to be a struggle for him.
Right, so Kitsuda at the front of this group. Best lap of 2:12.8 for him, so not really competitive for anything other than the midfield. Anupab moving alongside him, 2 ties together. The Filipino rider, Kyle, just going inside of Kitsuda there. Turn 11 and making sure he can't chop in front of him.
Yeah, a bit of practice for Kyle.
Yeah, when he gets that mindset on, he's really good to watch, Kyle.
Oh, yeah. He's a great scrapper. And there's another shot, zooming out of how dark it looks down at turn 15. It looks a bit darker on the camera, but there are dark clouds in the distance. They shouldn't be arriving at Sepang anytime soon. Knock on wood. But should we see that tomorrow? It's a high chance of rain tomorrow. 90% chance.
90% chance. Is that official, or is that you being the weather whisperer?
It's as what I've read from the weather app.
Okay, so
With Superbike proven nano-tailored oil, Ultra Protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
It's a blustery end to the day here at Sepang International Circuit. We are, of course, here for round one of the 2026 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. You can see the flags blowing there. There's dark clouds just on the other side of turn 15. But overall, the conditions today have been really ideal. Rain is expected to come in tomorrow, as Daniel was saying at the end of the Supersport session just a few minutes ago. 90% chance is given of rain tomorrow. I'm not sure when it's going to arrive, but that will mean something to the riders here. If they have a wet practice session, that will scupper the chance that any of them have of claiming the 1 million yen that's been put up for anyone who breaks the qualifying lap record in this class. Zakwan Zaidi there had a quiet first session and almost, well, pretty much a stunning session second time out, but it was Hafiz Shirin Abdullah for JDT Racing who topped both sessions. He was also quickest in the official test on Wednesday, so the 2025 champion continuing as he left off, and is really going to be a rider to beat. Zakwan has his Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia teammate behind him. Asroy hasn't been looking quite so confident as we usually see him here so far this weekend. He did have quite a painful looking high side at the official test on Wednesday that a lot of you would have seen if you're following our social media or on Instagram, and if you're not, then you should follow us because there's lots of terrific content there. But on your screen there is Zakwan Zaidi, Asroy Hakim Anwar, and the number 77 is the Suzuki of Adam Noradin, the AMI Motorsport Suzuki. Great to see them back in for this round. He told Daniel earlier in an interview that they would be doing 4 rounds this year, so we're looking forward to seeing more of them. And the number 26 there is the Aprilia of Kazuki Watanabe. He's had a really good day as well, the Japanese rider. So as they get their eye in for the final session of the day, as the sun goes down, Asroy could do himself some good by following Zakwan, because the confidence from that garage was certainly with Zakwan earlier on, and the speed. And as you may recall, Asroy won both races in round 2 when we were at Sepang last season, and he won race 2 in the 5th round of the season here at Sepang. So you know he goes well, he just doesn't look quite as though he's got what he needs at the moment. What do you put that down to, Daniel?
Again, it's a mystery. Similar to Helmy, unable to get that bike turn, but at least Helmy was able to put in a decent time. Asroy has just been off today, so it's really strange. I don't know if it's a new helmet for him, but it's something is off for Asroy.
He did mention an injury that he's had, a leg injury that he said could be playing on his mind a little bit in a moment of candor. So I don't know, but the stars of the day so far have been 2 class rookies, in my opinion. Rocco Cesler, we didn't expect him to see him in this class, the 17-year-old German, but he's come in and he's been doing fantastically well. He was 5th quickest in practice 2, And the other one is Astra Honda's rookie, Adananta Putra, who's been really quick as well.
Hafiz has just set his best of this session. Kito's going really quick. He's going to go into the lower 206, but Zakwan now through sector 1. Zakwan's been looking good this weekend.
Yeah, so Hafiz dipped into the 205s in the second session. And he's done a lot of laps as well, and he's looked really determined. He's really got his eye in. Quickest on Wednesday, quickest session 1, session 2. On top in session 3, he's really going to take some stopping this weekend.
Oh, look at Zakwan. Zakwan's on a mission.
Zakwan was really good in the second session as well today.
Yeah. Kito's lost time at sector 3, so that's going to be a throwaway lap for Kito, but Zakwan, he's on course for 205.
He's well overdue a win in this category as well, Zakwan.
He is, yeah. Hafiz getting a bit out of shape on the exit of turn 8, but he's recovered, running the hard front and medium rear once again.
Yeah, that seems to be the required combination for all these bikes.
Yeah, Lachlan was saying that his concern, of course, is going to be the front across 14 laps, whether they'll start running away towards the end. So he has been running the mediums for both sessions. Now we'll see, maybe Lachlan will try the hard option front.
Yeah, he hasn't quite got up to the speeds that he was achieving on Wednesday in the test. But still looking pretty decent on that Swift Grove BMW. There is a beautiful shot of the JDT Ducati.
Zakwan was on course for a really strong lap, only a 206.4 in the end. Hafiz has just done a 206.3 despite losing time in sector 4.
Yeah, consistency, it's pace, isn't it? He really has been putting in the laps, doing everything right. I mean, you can see the class really, and what he's bringing after, you know, World Championship experience, MotoGP, Moto2.
Yeah, Rocco's improved on his personal best for this session. 207.3. Azrak 207.0, and Lachlan's moved up into 4th with a 207.004.
Yeah, Lachlan really determined to bag himself a podium this weekend. It's a big ask in a field of this quality, but he's a good rider if it does come well for him. Yeah, and here's another of today's mysteries you're just pointing to on the screen there, Daniel. Makarina Terapuvapat for Honda Racing Thailand.
I was looking for him somewhere along the top 10, but he's in 11th currently, so it's just not coming together for Nakarin. Keaton now, he's made a few errors in the past couple of laps, so I'll have to try and stitch together one clean lap. Nice to see a bit more potential from him and the SDG. I'm sure at some point in this session we'll see where Mr. Shidegi is around the track.
Yeah, he does like to go out on track and see. Yeah, he's not, as ever, Kito's not leaving anything in the garage.
Oh, to lose the rear at turn 3 is a scary moment, but he's just continued powering on. That one has improved ever so slightly, 206.434. So consistency from Zakwan is impressive right now. And Hafiz actually. Both lapping into the 206 quite effortlessly.
Yeah.
Session from Andy Ho, however.
Yeah, this time. He was impressive in the first 2 sessions. But it's early yet, we're only 11 minutes in.
Kito Abe. Oh gosh, he's really pushing that rear tire, and that was a much bigger warning than the one at turn 3, and he's just continuing on, he hasn't stopped. He thinks he can keep this calm. Unbelievable from Quito. We need a replay of that because that was a big moment for Quito in turn 11. Turn 10 into 11.
Yeah, we see that a lot with him. He just rides through whatever happens to the bike. It's just like he's sitting there going, no, it's this way.
Unbelievable Kizabe. Look at the way he slides it into turn 15. A lot of people would have lost the front trying to hold the slide that deep there, but he's enjoying it. Look at the way he's making those micro adjustments as he picks the bike up. 206.8 on that lap for Quito Abe. It looks messy, but he's comfortable doing it this way.
Yeah, yeah. Here we go. Here's the replay.
This is another moment. This is at turn.
Yeah, the bike's trying to kick him off, and he's having none of it.
Yeah, this is into turn 7. I want to see the moment that happened at turn 10. That was the big one.
So impressive, determined riding from the number 39, the SDG rider, Quito Abe. Back there just for a moment with Nakarina Terapuvapat, who is going to be looking for big improvements on what we've seen so far today. There is Andy Frid Izdeha on the JDT Ducati. We're going to have to get used to saying that after referring to the Astra Honda for so many years. But he does look well adjusted and natural on it. Some great work being done, some real tenacity by the JDT team to get that bike working.
Zakwan has been lapping consistently to 206.3. It's been 206.3 for a number of laps. Hafiz has done that as well, and he's gone even faster, 206.1. The sector times are so consistent that you just see one sector change and suddenly the lap time drops a bit more. They've been the most consistent riders of the past 2 sessions. It's been impressive from the pair of them.
Yeah, it really has. Good to see Zakwan come back fighting. Just come straight off the blocks at the beginning of the season. Saw him on the podium lots of times last year. Andy Farid, best time in this session, 207.1. Almost a second off his teammate. You're looking there at the single swing-armed Ducati. As you were saying, Daniel, they're hoping to get the double swing-armed version going.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. A more stable bike than it already is. It's going to be a big threat to the grid once they get that bike running. Of course, you'll have to get it up to spec and in the way that Andy and Hafiz would like to ride it. But the potential of that new bike is immense.
Yeah, well, they're going pretty well on the old bike. And things have been quite even between the Hondas, the BMWs and the Ducati in the last few years, but could be that Ducati's going to take a step ahead. And I mean, it makes it such a clever move for Andy Farid.
Yeah.
I mean, he's moving into what's now a proven team on a bike that's got plenty of data for all the circuits that we're going to this year. And put a great rider on it like Andy Farid, and it's almost like a plug-and-play move.
Yeah, indeed. I think Andy's tried something in this session because he is off pace by about 6-7 tenths compared to what he's capable of on this bike.
Now he's got Azroy behind him. Azroy's in the 206s in this session. Just looking at the Yamahas, they're struggling to get out of the 208s, being Ant West and Joe Francis.
Nakarin for this session, that's his fastest, 207.0. He needs to find a 206.
Yeah, we've seen nowhere near the best of Chip Nakarin, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's improving on this lap again. Sector 1's up for him. And Norden so far in this session has only managed a 208.4. Kazuki Watanabe as well, 208. So, for them, capable of 207s, but it's not happening on this session. I think it's the medium front on Adam's bike. Yeah, it looks like. Oh no, sorry, that's hard.
Yeah. It's been a quiet one for Adananta so far. I think he's just left pit lane. But plenty of time. Fizz in the pits. As is Zakwan, Keto, Lachlan, Azroy, and that's your top 5. There's your good Dr. Mike, number 62, also known as Chan Ching Rong.
Yeah, he set his personal best in the previous session at 212.5.
Did I just see a flash of green on his rear tyre? Or was that a trick of the light? Can't be, can it?
If we can get a zoomed in shot, it does look a bit green. Yeah, that does look like a qualifying rear.
Yeah.
So perhaps Sal and Dunlop have. I think they've let them try it out like we saw with JDT last time.
Yeah, it must be by agreement.
Yeah, because definitely because last time I remember that all the teams had to agree to allow them to try it. So I think they've understood that both Dr. Mike and Fami, they haven't ridden on the qualifying race before, so allow them to at least understand what it feels like.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, because going in blind, it's not an easy one to adapt to, and again, you don't lose anything with them finding improvements here.
So no other changes seem to be on the cards with half the session remaining. Stay there with Dr. Mike on the number 62 Savitar Team Asia BMW. So he's tried that qualifier and now he's coming back in. So job done. The rules for qualifying tyres for ASP 1000s is that they can do 1 out lap, 2 attack laps, and then they have to come in on the slowing down lap. So a total of 4 laps. That's it. So lots of pressure to perform in this class that should make it really entertaining tomorrow if it's dry. because we've also got the 1 million yen from Dunlop up for grabs for anyone who breaks Apiwat Wongtananon's lap record.
That would be a shame for a lot of riders if they can't contest with that, with the weather playing a role. It's an interesting session though, I must say, this practice 3. Usually we see the fastest times come now, but it's just not happened. Somehow we've had Hafiz doing a 2:05.6 right around 1:45 p.m. So it's a bizarre first day to this round 1 opening round.
Yeah, I'm looking at the race schedule tomorrow, the race time 16:05. So yeah, same this time of day, almost, well, exactly. Akarin needs to lift his spirits by getting quicker. He's just knocking on the door of the 206s, but he really should be well established in them. Andy Farid is improving in this session. He hasn't come too close to what he did earlier.
Yeah, Andy's gone up with a 206.9, so he has dipped into the 206. He's up into 4th. Quito has just set the fastest sector 3, and that is quite a big jump. But in sector 2 he did
Yeah.
Actually no, sector 2 wasn't bad. So yeah, it's a decent lap coming in from Quito. If you can get a good
That was
sector 4.
such a quick sector 3. It looks like
Yeah.
he took a shortcut. It's like 3/10.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. This could be a big lap from Quito. That's Lachlan Epis and Rocco Cesler. Quito Abe, what are you going to do across the line? 206.6. So yeah, it was a quick lap, but I think it was the other sectors where he couldn't find improvements.
Yeah, Lachlan on a best lap, 206.9. That was a slowish one. Rocco in 8 on 207.3.
Lachlan's improving through sector 1. Two of the fastest BMWs in this class right now on the screen with us.
Yeah, for sure.
And there's Quito Abe. Looks like another long stint coming in from Quito.
Yeah, the number 15 there, Rocco Cesler on the Savitar Team Asia machine. He looks really smooth, confident, comfortable. Just going to go inside Joe Francis there, who gets out of the way. Joe got into the high 208s in the previous sessions, not in this one. He's still 209.2. Yamaha, of course, struggling for top speed.
On Hafiz's outlap, he just set the fastest sector 4 of the session. That was on the outlap.
Right.
Rafael Nepes is improving on this one. Quicker through sector 1 and 3, so he'll be dipping on a couple of tenths perhaps. Rocco's just been stuck behind him the whole time, so Rocco should be improving as well. Hafiz has just set the fastest sector 1, but for now Lachlan back up into 4th, Rocco up into 7th into a 207.0.
Yeah, that was his best lap. So really, really good work from Rocco Cesler today.
Yeah, Andy's improving big time as well in sector 1 and 2, but Hafiz is a monstrous sector 1 from him. Sector 2 looking like it's another good sector from Hafiz Sharin. This could be a 205 coming in. Rear tire kicking out there, asking for grip, traction control, keeping it all together. He's got Nakarin in front of him. Let's hope Nakarin doesn't come in the way. Nakarin on the push lap. Yeah, Nakarin's going fast enough.
Yeah, Fizz smells blood just ahead of him. Such a strong competitor.
Oh, sector 3 is the quickest sector 3 of the session.
He's just going to go straight past Nakarin at some point.
Yeah, he's going to get a nice slipstream as well. There he goes now, half his shot, and this should be dipping him into a 2060 or a 205. Let's see what turn 15 looks like for Hafiz. Gets his line nice and tidy.
Nice work as well. It didn't cost him any time at all making that pass.
Oh, Kito Abe as well through sector 1 and 2 is fast. Oh, Hafiz, not just a 205, a 205.5. That's faster than he was in practice 2.
And that's doing an overtake on Nakarin.
Up next is Kito Abe.
Wow, he's going to take some stopping.
Yeah, I think Kito Abe, he is on course for a 205 as well if he can get a good sector 4.
Yeah. But right now, as it stands, there's 0.8 of a second advantage at the top, which is pretty much unheard of in this class. This late in a session, yeah, Kito goes up. Not in the 205s yet.
Yeah, it's close, but not enough in sector 4.
Yeah, but Hafiz has really stretched it out once again.
Yeah, he is absolutely flying.
But good work from Kito to get ahead of Zakwan, who's been on really good form. Further down the field, Joe Francis had a good sector 1, his best of the day. Oh, and he's into the 208s now.
The one that struggled a lot has been Adinanta Putra. It's all the way down in 13th with 208.8. Hafiz is on course for another 205, so again, Hafiz might be just consistent in this lap time bracket, and that is going to be really worrying for the rest of the competition. You'd have to think alarm bells start ringing at some point. Hafiz is doing this so effortlessly.
Yeah, and West having a good look behind him.
Yeah, another 205.9 from Hafiz Sharin. Adinanta did find some improvement. He goes up into 9th, 207.5 for Adinanta, the rookie. Rocco Cesler hasn't been able to dip back into the 206. His lap times have plateaued. It's a 207 so far as his best lap in this session.
Nakarin. Yeah, he's still going at the same kind of pace, isn't he? Another good lap coming in from Hafiz.
It's going to be a third 205 from him.
Well, so far he's set the best 2 laps of the session.
Adinanta Putra has found some decent improvements. Good sector times coming in from Adinanta, so he will dip into the lower 207s at least. Ooh, Rocco, yeah, has made a mistake there going into 5.
Yeah, just got a little bit lost there. What a good day he's had.
Yeah, it's been brilliant for Rocco. Brilliant for both the top BMWs, I think. Lachlan and Rocco really have shown some great lap times, and yeah, we've only just started. This BMW now looking as competitive as ever.
Yeah, really good. Rocco, I remember when he first came into TVS, he was 15.
Yeah, he was.
And we were in the media center at one circuit. It might have been Sugo. And I was talking to Rocco, and Marcus Reiterberger walked in, and he said, and he looked at him, and he kind of shrunk back a little bit. And I said, do you know Marcus? And he said, no. And he was really shy. And now, just a short while later, he's completely different.
Yeah, that sure does sound like Rocco. Oh, Adelante has found a 206.8. Great improvements from Adelante at the end.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's back on the pace. Yeah. Excellent day's work. Andy Farid having a bit of a push as well.
Adelante has improved in Sector 3, so also he might find a little bit of something on this lap. On turn 15, if Sector 4 is a good one, should be closer to a mid 206 for Adelante, which is not a bad way to end a good day's work. And there we go, 206.7.
Yeah, 6.5 minutes remaining. As you said, Rocco hasn't got himself into the 206s yet. He's just outside.
Keto and Lachlan have just come out again for a final push. There they are now. Coming up behind Keto, there's Adelante. He's not slowing down. He's trying to find some more improvements. Keto wisely getting out of the way in time.
Yeah, good work. Adam Norridin, currently 11th. He's having a late push as well. There goes Adelante. Still adapting to the 1000. He told you yesterday at the press conference. Managing expectations, I think.
Yeah, because I think if you still call this managing, what's it going to look like once he's comfortable?
Yeah, it's a really good debut.
Adam is doing really a decent job in this lap. He's improved through every sector, so keep an eye out for the Suzuki rider. Kazuki Watanabe so far in this stint, he's been...
yeah, good. Well, that was just Watanabe improving his time. Adam, yeah, 207.457. Good improvement for him.
Yeah, Kazuki Watanabe, he's been lapping in the 208s. They've been consistent there, but they haven't found the 207 again. Adam, however, right at the end of this, looking better now. He's running with the 200s in front of him. He likes to do this. He likes to get a bit of an extra toe just to get that top speed up a little, which is similarly to the Yamaha what the Suzuki really needs.
Yeah, it is. It is, and their top speeds are quite similar.
Yeah, but that slipstream is lower to mid 285s.
Yeah, am I reading that right? And West top speed 252. 275. Yeah.
Yeah, it refreshes every lap, I think. But even still, I mean, yeah, Anthony West like 275. That's, we've seen 295s earlier today, so that's about 20 kph that you lose on each straight.
Yeah.
Look at Kito Abe in sector 2. He's just gone and set the fastest sector 2. Good sector 1 as well, so this could be a really strong lap from Kito.
Yeah, that's good. He did fade a little bit towards the back end of 2025, so this is really good to see him getting his 2026 campaign underway so strongly. As Roy currently 7th. Okay, 2 Hondas come in. 3 minutes remaining, just under. That leaves Adam with Joe Francis ahead of him on track.
As of right now, nothing really changing much. Rocco has found a 206. 206.983, and he's improving again now on this lap, so Rocco finding his pace again, finding the rhythm. Kito Abe has come across with another 206. Meanwhile, Hafiz has been lapping 205s.
Yeah, Kito lost a bit in sector 3, I think. Yeah.
It seems to be where the Ducati really makes up a lot of time. There's no other bike that's lapping that quickly in sector 3.
And so both Ducatis resting, I think.
Hafiz, another 205, 205.7 this time. He has been lapping, I think, about 5 or 6 laps in a row in the 205s. And he's finally backed off now in sector 1. So, what a job from Hafiz Sharin. Consistency at its best.
Yeah, I mean, he must have the top 5 lap times in this session. It's unbelievable. Especially as Kito and Zakwan in particular are on really good form.
Yeah. Dominant, the 2025 champion. Rocco has set the fastest sector 3 of the session on his previous lap, but he lost time in sector 4. What a shame, how good could that lap have been?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And I was just saying that no bike has been lapping fast in sector 3, and Rocco is going to prove me wrong. So what potential does Rocco have? That, I think, like sector 1, 2, 3 just now, would have been very close to a low 206.
Yeah. That's a good first sector for him as well on the next lap.
No, I think he's backed off. It's 30 seconds. He's about 4 seconds off. It might be done for Rocco. Yeah, a lot of riders have pulled away from this.
Yeah, we're in the final moments of this session.
Oh, Joe, on that lap found a 208.2.
Yeah.
That's a lot better from Joe Francis.
Yeah, and he's one of the busier riders as well.
Yeah, he puts in the work well and finds what he needs to find. It's not much that the Yamahas can do other than just ride harder and faster through sectors 2 and 3 and then just hope that you get a bit of a tow. Oh, actually Joe has a technical issue. That's unfortunate for the end of the ASB 1000 session. I do promise you the R1 is a lot bigger than that in person, is that Joe is very tall.
Yeah, he's, how tall? He must be 6'1", 6'2", in English.
Yeah. in Malaysian, I would say probably 194.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah. And props to him too. He's the fastest of the two, faster of the two Yamahas.
Yeah. It's
So
impressive work. And
that's a little bit of a scalp for him there.
And from Victor Racing as well, who really have been trying to find the results, and Joe really extracting the most that he can from the bike. Love to see what's happening here now. Yeah, so Anthony West and Joe. Two Yamahas lapping very similar lap times.
Yeah, it was a late surge by Joe, though. He took a while to get into the 208s. Yeah, very good session. Here he comes, Mr. 100%, Kito Abe.
Yeah, he hasn't wasted any time in running this bike, so I guess the hope maybe for SDG and their fans, maybe Kito's just trying to find a few things and the team will prepare the bike to try and put a charge to Hafiz, but for now, they're 0.645 away.
Yeah, it's difficult to see what the rest of the field is going to do about the rider at the top of the timing screen there. You're looking at Hafiz Shirin Abdullah for JDT Racing Team, 205.549. He also did another 4 or 5 laps in the 205s. Then it was Kito Abe, 206.194. Zakwan Zaidi, 206.361. He was third quickest. Another good session from Lachlan Effis for Swift Grow Racing Team on the BMW, 206.666. Andy Frid is the half, also for JDD Racing. A little quieter for him, 206.751. And then coming on Sunday, there's stuff to do for the kids, like a colouring contest, bouncy castle. So do come along here. There's a lot more going on here than just the race.
engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.